go. Hey guys. Hello everyone. Welcome. Let me bring this over here real quick. There we go. Hopefully I don't accidentally kick my mic stand. Hey guys. Oh, hang on. I forgot to move our our armor-piercing shell is done, right, chat? That's not anything. That's just an armor-piercing shell. You can tell it's an armor-piercing shell because that's what it's called in my computer. Yeah, hello guys. Welcome. How's everyone doing? Welcome. Welcome back to what is going to be our first stream as a harpy again, and our first Hunter Rise stream in a while, and our first title update 2 stream. I actually didn't plan on streaming on Santa World today. I was originally going to stream Rise. I was originally going to stream Monster Hunter Rise next week. Probably on Friday. I mean, not Friday, Sunday or Monday, but easy. But yeah, I did. Oopsie. I initially thought I was gonna be playing Raft with Foxley today, but it turned out that that didn't happen. Well, like it couldn't happen because it just happens that Foxley was busy this weekend, and Foxley technically told me about it last week, but I forgot. So, oops. My fault. Oh, by the way, no spoilers, but I watched Age Runners, Cyberpunk Age Runners yesterday. It was it's good. I'll just say that it's really good. Directed by Imaishi, and produced by Studio Trigger. Imaishi and Studio Trigger. If it started out not feeling so much like an Imaishi production, If you guys know, Imaishi has a very specific style, and you could kind of see Imaishi in the directing, but it didn't feel like an Imaishi style show. At least to start with. But as the show goes on, you could kind of see how okay, so that's how Imaishi's style is getting through, his the Imaishi-ness of the show. That's how the Imaishi is coming through in the show, and then towards the final couple of episodes, things just go crazy. Like it's like they let Imaishi off the leash over the last maybe 2-3 episodes, and the craziness just ramps up very, very quickly. It's like insane. It goes from being a somewhat grounded cyberpunk anime to suddenly being completely insane. But at the same time, the shift isn't so jarring. You get really, really invested in the characters, and it slowly builds up. Events of the show, the things that happen, the insanities very slowly builds up until suddenly, finally, you realize that cars are flying through the air and exploding by the dozens. And yeah, that Imaishi managed to sneak his unique style in. But yeah, otherwise, it's a very, very well-grounded show. You really come to feel for the characters. The characterization in the show is really, really good. While it is a good show, when I say it's a good show, I mean it's good in the sense that, yeah, it's very well made, the characters are well written, but it also stays true to the whole theme of cyberpunk, where the world isn't fair to people, and while it is a good show, it is not a feel-good show. In fact, I would say don't go into it expecting a happy ending. That's the only thing I would say. Don't expect a happy ending, because that's cyberpunk. The world of cyberpunk is dystopian, and the anime does a really, really good job of capturing the hopelessness of it all. It is very colorful. It is a very, very colorful anime. It's Studio Trigger after all. They know how to do colorful stuff. But hidden under the wacky colorfulness of the show, there is a sense of hopelessness to it all, and I really, really enjoyed the show. It's really good. There was something I wanted to mention. Oh, right. Right. There were a couple of inconsistencies though in the show, because one, the main character is seen taking a train, a monorail essentially, through the city right in the first episode, and the game doesn't have monorails. The game doesn't have monorails. God damn it. It's the trailers tease that the existence of monorails and trains. That stations technically exist in the game, but we can't actually take them in the game. So yeah, that was unimmersive. That broke my immersion a little bit, because as soon as I saw the main character on a train, I was like, wait, we can't take the train. Trains don't exist in the game. What is this? What is this? And another thing, there were a couple of vehicle chase scenes in the anime, and that's an inconsistency as well, because the game doesn't have any kind of vehicle driving AI. all cars in the game are operating on rails essentially under the hood. So there are no car chases, there are no there's no like true vehicle chase scenes. Any vehicle chase scenes that you do see in the game, you are not in the driver's seat, you're in the passenger seat. Someone else is driving. And the reason why someone else is driving is because you're on a rail. You're on a predetermined course. The enemies who are chasing you in their own cars are also on rails. So yeah. There aren't any actual car chases in the game, and there was a number of vehicle chase scenes in the anime where the main character is driving a car and trying to get away. So I'm like, wait, what? What's this? The main character is driving a car and trying to get away, and the bad guys are chasing them on their own cars. Like, what? What is this? That's not immersive. That doesn't happen in the game at all. Yeah, I kinda like. If you guys were if you guys were in my Discord yesterday, and if you had joined us to watch Cyberpunk together on my Discord, you would have heard me being like, "That's not. We can't do that in the game. What? Why? Huh? What? What?" Oh, and there's a character in the game that has some cyberware mods. He has gorilla arms and the cannon, cyberware mod in his arms, and I'm like, you can't have both of those in the game. What? No, that's not fair. Why? That's cheating. Because in the game you can only have gorilla arms or you can have the cannon arm. You can't have both. And in this show, a certain character has both. And I'm like, wait, what? What? That's not fair. I call hacks. I think the character was clearly hacking, because you're not allowed, you can't have that in the game. Yeah. Freaking hacks. Such hacks. And I mean that in, like, he's cheating. You're not allowed to have gorilla arms and excuse me, burping, and the cannon mod at the same time. Not allowed. So on about the gorilla arm and cannon combo thing, of course. I'm just talking with chat a little bit about the fun we had watching Cyberpunk on stream yesterday. Yes, I'm keeping things spoiler free, but yeah, I'm just airing my grievances about the fact that a character had gorilla arms and arm cannon at the same time. You're not allowed to do that. That's not allowed, chat. That's not allowed. That's not fucking allowed. I call hacks. The character's hacking. He's cheating. I think the limits are there for a reason. Still. Hacks. Cheating. I wasn't even given the option to take it. Cheating. I know we kind of rationalize it away by saying, okay, maybe that's why we're not allowed to have that mod. I'm keeping things spoiler free, but yeah, well, maybe that's why we can't have both those mods at the same time. But still, hacks. I call hacks, no matter what. Yeah, still very good anime, highly recommended. Even if you don't intend to play the game, it's a really good cyberpunk anime in general. So if you like the cyberpunk theme or aesthetic, or if you like Studio Trigger and the director, Imaishi. Highly recommend it. Very, very good. But like I said, do not expect a feel-good anime. The anime stayed true to the setting and theming where it's not a feel-good anime. How do you say that? It's a very fun anime. It's a very well-made anime. The characters are very well written. But it's not feel-good. Also, I know that there are people who do, even if you don't want the show, even if you don't watch the show, you would have probably seen people talking about the waifus. A lot of people love Rebecca the lolly. There are some who like Lucy, the silver hair girl. Personally, I like Kiri, another character named Kiri. Kiri was the most attractive to me. He's more my style. Just very cool, collected, distant. You almost get the feeling that she's always watching you. Yeah. She doesn't say much, but she's always, you know, she doesn't. She's paying attention to what's going on around her. But that's the kind of feel I get from seeing Kiwi and watching a characterization, and that's why I like her. That's why she's my favorite. And she's my best girl. And I just realized something. Shit. Apparently my Rise update didn't download. Fuck. Chat, give me a couple of minutes to get the update. Let me know if my stream lags or buffers as a result of this. I do have a download limit activated. It'll take me like a couple of minutes to download the update, so yeah. Let me know if the stream starts buffering. What the heck was the cybernetics on the mouth for the record? Seems counterproductive. Replacing a jaw. Something very not jaw-like. We do see characters with that kind of cybernetic enhancement or change in the game, and it's not uncommon for characters to wear masks in general. Yeah, we did. I mean, I did notice. I did try to see what function a mouth replacement was intended to serve, and I didn't see any like jack in there, any plug or whatsoever. So I don't know what it was intended to, of what function it was intended to perform. Could be just some random enhancement she got. Could be she lost a jaw or at some point earlier in life, and she decided, you know what? I think mask suits me. We don't really know. Cyberpunk is the setting. If there's one thing that's kind of ever present in the setting, is that the world is unfair. Very, very, very unfair. So she could have lost her mouth due to something earlier on. Something that happened to her earlier on. So yeah. Everyone in the world of cyberpunk has their scars, essentially. No one is truly free from the oppressive unfairness in the setting. Even the corpos, even people in the top of the society the people who are called corporals, even they are um, even they are trapped in the cage. Even if it seems like they hold a lot of power, they too are trapped in it, and they have no choice but to play the game. Otherwise, they will probably die or worse. Like that's cyberpunk for you. Oh my god. I'm yawning. I'm kind of waiting to get into the game before I'm trying to wait until we get into the game before I take a sip of coffee actually and try out our new cocoa powder. Brand new cocoa powder. Since what the thing does just is a cybernetic replacement jaw, yeah. She could have gotten it for any number of reasons. It's even possible that she lost her jaw due to some accident or someone did something to her. We don't really know. Let me check. Let me take a short washroom break. Let me go to the washroom real quick before we commit ourselves to monster hunting. So yeah, give me a second, chat. I'll be right back in 3 minutes. I will go to the washroom, and in the meantime, I'm going to let the game compile shaders. That's gonna take a couple of minutes. Compiling takes us a while to compile shaders every time. So yeah, back, chat. I'm back, chat, and just in time too, because shaders have appeared to have been compiled. So let me get back into my BDSM chat room real quick. Give me one more minute. Give me one more minute. Oops. You did hear a satisfying swing? Yeah? Fine. Chat. Alright. Let us prepare to get back in. There we go. Put it away, put it away. And let me drop it on the way. There we go. I'll come back to you guys. And let me tuck myself in down here to my corner. My little corner. There we go. Perfect. Hello there. Welcome. How's it going? We're just about to get started. We have a new update. Everything appears to be downloaded just fine. Character's still here, right where I left you. Actually, hang on. There we go, this is better. Hope you're doing okay, Lear. Thank you. Ah, I miss hearing this. Lost Code series of 14 fall series. Silver and gold, daimyo pearls, right. Actually, hang on. Just me or is the audio low? Is the audio low to you guys? Alright, so let me know if the audio is too low. Yeah. Yep, now. It does feel like the audio is too low, isn't it? Hang on, let me see. Did I forget to change the audio setting back? No. You'll be hearing me more than the game. I'm a bit worried that the game audio is too low, that's the thing. You need to hear the music, you guys need to hear the monster boss at the very least, but if you guys say that you can hear the music and stuff just fine, then that's okay. Won't worry. Okay, before we go in chat, let me practice. It's been a while since I played. Okay, hang on. Stay here, Foxley, hear me. Training options. Wire bug. Okay, I'm starting to come back. No, I fucked that up. Alright, so what was the one combination I wanted to do? I think that was it. Although I probably can speed that up a little bit. Yeah, hang on. Right. Let's see here. Right, I need to press that. And this is counter, okay. Swipe, stab, burst, change, back up, charge, and this might be this combo available, provided I have 3 white bucks. Right. This is all I access that, that's that, that's that. Right. Wait, that's not how that was supposed to go. Hang on. There, that's the button.
Right.
That move I just did, chat.
Let's move right here. Hang on. This cool area move. I can only do that if I'm on
My blue scroll due to the way my loadout's set up. So, unfortunately, it's a move I'm rarely able to use. Oh well.
Oh, right. Let's go, chat.
And cats.
I'm supposed to head back and
Talk to some people. I got some news for you. Well, I gotta be thinking if I could lay your weapons as well. I know you hunters are all about your fashion. Gotta complete the look, right? Ha ha ha! Well, now you can. Here, have a ticket on me so you can give it a try. I know you want to come by anytime and I'll bang something out for you.
right, so
One of the updates that they... Oh my god. Does it really take so fucking long to save now?
my god.
Right now, how do we... There's the layered weapons.
So what do I need to forge layer weapons?
Just outfit vouchers. Some of them require additional components.
Okay.
It's fine, I have plenty of components.
T.
It requires additional components as well, but 175.
I'm not worried about that.
Now, no. I'm going to forge a couple of these because there were, excuse me, there were some gun lances which are very cool that I wanted to have the looks of, and we're gonna try that out in the lab training area.
This looks really cool. This looks cool.
That looks hideous.
Nah. Right. Almudron. I've always thought that the Almudron GLs look super cool.
But I couldn't use them because they were fucking wide shell lances. Well, fuck you game. I'm gonna use them now. Wow.
This looks cool too. Oops.
I always miss the Admiral's Arbor Lance. The Admiral's Arbor Lance looks really cool.
I'll take that.
The Kimura Lances also looks really cool.
Let's make that.
And the box that the GL always looked cool to me, so yep. Bring up an NPC for tomorrow's game. Minus seems just like full play until she lil.
Well, let's hope that we don't get tossed into the river anytime soon.
Right, so let's go back to the training area, and let's see. How right, so layered armor is handled like so.
Let's see.
I've definitely experienced all. I have not experienced that.
Oh my god, this looks so cool. Oh, I've always wanted my GL to look like this. Oh my god. Ah. Do you see, chat? I wanted this GL since fucking high rank, and I couldn't because it's a fucking wide water lance. Doesn't this look like a fucking real gun to you? Doesn't it look like a real gun? Looks like it's a giant real gun, right? Like it will shoot a slug or beam rifle or beam or some shit. But no, this is a wide shell lance. The shortest range lance in the game. Oh, the cooldown even looks cool as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, that looks so cool.
Right. Let's test out a couple other GLs. We don't really know that. Let's try this. How does this look different from... Kinda prefer the other one, to be honest. Unless this GL has a unique effect. Doesn't look like it does though. Yeah, it doesn't have a unique effect to it. Just has a different appearance, which is cool, but I prefer the color and the lighting of the other one, the high rank version.
Right, let's see.
Let's try this one.
Almost looks like
Some kind of glaive or some kind.
doesn't it? Looks cool, but
The primary colors don't really fit my style, so let's see. I believe I've tried this before, haven't I? Yeah, I tried this a while back.
so I already know how this looks.
Yeah, right. I need to try this one.
Let's try this.
This gun lance has a high rank version, and I was really disappointed with the high rank version. So let's see. It's still disappointing. Yeah, it doesn't even have a unique reload animation.
I would have hoped for a unique reload animation.
The only part of this that looks cool is this, but I can technically do that with any GL. Yeah, it isn't honest. Honestly, this gun lens doesn't look good.
It needs more moving parts if it wants to
Have a nice appearance. And this doesn't look like it has Yeah, the only thing that honestly moves is the prongs. It just moves back and forth, that's it. It yeah, this doesn't look like a fun gun lance to use.
Doesn't look cool. Which is unfortunate because that's my favorite monster.
Now this is a GL I never used.
Hmm.
I kinda like how this almost looks like a clockwork weapon. Why did my character turn that way?
But
I kinda like the clockwork aesthetic. What was the button I'm looking for? No, that's not it. I'm looking for a specific button. What was it? No. No. That's the button I'm looking for.
I don't forget to pimp your channel.
By saying hit subscribe.
Not really. I only did it at the end of the stream.
Doing it too often can annoy people, so yeah, I only do it at the end as part of our end of stream roundup, you know? I feel like that suits me more. I don't want to break the mood by saying, you know, hit the like, subscribe, and click the bell button in the middle of the stream.
I don't think people will enjoy it too much.
Right, so this is now how my GL looks. I don't fucking care. This is my
Equipment, right? Yeah.
here's a lid. Register loader and override that, that's fine. God damn, I can't reach it. I want people to be just to shut it.
Oh, great. On a first about the damage. Yeah, that's.
It's YouTube for you. Alright, now let me prepare my throat for his voice.
Give me a second.
Drink some water.
Here we go.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Somebody, Fisher! You got ourselves a slightly sticky situation here. We just found evidence that some monsters have overcome the effects of the anomaly. We just well, it's not an anomaly. And just like Carl's Baldino and Kaisma got before them, they formed a symbiotic relationship with the Curio. Crazy, right? I mean, they're basically back from the grave. They've been afflicted with the anomaly. Being afflicted with an omnibus for the most part, a death sentence for these monsters. But these monsters have arisen, and to make matters worse, they're exponentially more powerful than before. It goes without saying that the biology of these visits are a hazard to the ecosystem. Chichera asked the quest. See to it ASAP. Well, what are you still doing here? Get the fuck out there! Go on, get! Why are you still standing here? Get the fuck out of there! Motherfucker.
Okay.
I'm done with it.
Bye bye.
Blah 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 blah. These are just unlocks.
Undocumented. Investigate! This is the same deal. Blah 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 blah.
Same shit. You say it again again and again so many times. I'm fine.
Perfection.
Oh, thank God. I'm so happy I didn't waste my tickets on the earlier stuff because now I can buy Prime and the Essence.
And Amber Essence Plus.
Thank God I didn't waste my tickets, chat.
Comes inside slowly back up. What's wrong, Cass?
Hi, how's it going?
So behind Monsanto.
Addicted to Astron. Oh, Astron, yeah. I have a few friends who played that a lot. I've never played it myself and I never bought it, but yeah, I heard it's a fun game. I'll be fun on Astron, yeah. I kind of been following behind on
Monsanto as well. We're here to catch up on it.
What was his voice again? Yes, greetings, Artificial. There's something I wish to discuss with you. An afflicted monster has attacked a nearby village, injuring some of its residents. Yes, it's such a terrible incident, and now those poor souls have fallen ill with the affliction. I thought my medicines for treating Fury would suffice, but the virus has evolved, you see, rendering my medicine ineffective. However, with the recent discovery of a flaming aspinus, we may have a chance. Yes. If these bees are as toxic as they say they are, we may be able to increase the medicine's potency using its toxins. Risky, but we have no other choice. It shares the request to hunt the beast. Yes, yes. Time is of the essence. Yes, I'm going to save the village. Yes, yes. I leave the rest to you. Yes, 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 yeah. Okay.
Blah 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 blah.
Mid-flight, none of these are counted when my cats do it, so yeah.
I'm going to use these.
Right. First thing we're going to do is
Flaming Aspinas.
we need the new armors, although before we go in.
Hang on. Before we go in.
My god, the saving really is taking longer and longer every time. There is a new upgrade.
That is.
Upgrade our shit.
Shall we?
More defense levels.
Thank you. Thank you.
Give me upgrades, please.
Thank you. You too.
Is that all of my armor?
I believe so. Yep.
And I don't know. I do not want to spend it on this yet. They've unlocked more stuff, right? And normally slot Afflicted Dire Claw, Shard, and Hard Fang. Is this new? This is new, isn't it? Hang on a second. It's the old drop table. Hard Fang, Shard, and Color. Yeah, these are new. I don't know what drops these. The old The old guide is no longer applicable to this. I need to find a new guide.
Oh, okay, just checking about here. Where I see. What's wrong with my voices? Is there a problem, Cass?
Right, so yeah. Now that we technically done everything we could do, so let us go and prep for
Blah 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 blah.
blaming Espinas. Let's go. Prep for
Blaming Espinas.
we need to bring traps.
Right. Toby, bro. I'm glad you guys are enjoying my toad voice so much. I've been working really hard.
Very happy now. Oh, that's a really good. That's a really good buff. Right, chat. Time for drinks,
And
we're going to be trying my new cocoa powder.
chat, I have a new cocoa powder.
You made it for the first tasting of the new cocoa powder.
Lucky.
Everyone, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the mood. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water.
Whatever you have. One is here.
Going in 3.
2, 1. Green pie. Cheers, everyone. Oh god. Oh. 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 Oh, that's so good. Oh. 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 So that's the taste of good cocoa powder.
Chat. I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but
This cocoa powder I bought,
it's special Caribou cocoa powder. Imported for Belgium. As opposed to the cheap stuff. And oh my god, it's so strong.
oh, oh, I need to, I need to, oh boy,
Yeah, I need to adjust the levels of cocoa I'm placing into my mocha because the amount of mocha I placed in my drink was suitable for the cheaper cocoa, but with this cocoa the taste is a bit too strong, so I'm going to dial back the amount of cocoa powder just a little bit.
but it's good, it's good.
I'm not sure if it's 40% more expensive than new intro.
勝敗が決しようとするとき、その勝ち様負け様は壮絶を極めよう。果たしてこの争いの勝者はいずれか、内に比して高めた力を晒し、渾身の一撃を放つのはいずれになるのか。
Alright then.
He's very strong, but oh god!
I'm sure I'll be fine, chat.
I'm sure. I'm sure that's not going to blow me.
Away or anything.
Should be fine. So I was saying, yeah, I'm not sure if the new cocoa powder is worth paying 40% more for imported cocoa powder, but we'll see.
What happens over time?
Hope I'm feeling better after the earlier meltdown.
Oh, what meltdown? Did I have a meltdown? I don't
remember having a meltdown. Right. Wait, no, not this one.
First is
Right, that one.
and
Now this one.
this one.
力を引き出せ
And this one.
さらに強く
Right.
Let's go.
See if you're doing my meltdown.
I'm meltdown. T.
Alright, let's see. Give me that.
Give me that.
It's a nice time to start sleeping. Give me that.
これからだ
Alright, first things first. Ow.
Asshole.
ドカンとかまそうぜせーの
Charge. Switch. Back up.
これで仕留める
Wakey, wakey, sleepyhead.
Let's go.
見つけたぜ
Fuck you.
I can't recover from that in time to guard the roll.
Ah,
I was trying to I-frame that, but oh well. Could you stay right there, please? Ah, damn it.
ah.
Alright. We don't have a choice. I was hoping I could. Do something. Oh well. Ugh.
Let's go.
Oh, he does that twice?
Okay. Oh god.
Oh my god. Okay, he inflicts poison with even his normal attacks now. That's good to know.
仕掛けてくるぜさすが俺のお供
Oh my god.
状況だぜ
I mistimed that really badly. And that thing,
俺のお供
one shot me.
Good to know.
What? Oh my god, that's such a huge. He fucking inflicts defense down! Oh shit! That's not good! Oh fuck. I'm not equipped to deal with defense down. Oh my god!
That. Good job, cat.
Fuck you! Change.
Charge. Fuck you.
Take this. And this.
I kind of messed that up a little bit, but you know what?
Okay.
Fuck you.
Stab.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
That's such a huge delay.
Again?
Thought so. Stab. Ah, damn it, I waited too long.
Ah!
damn the poison, it's so annoying.
Cats, can you please attack him?
Oh my god.
俺のお供よでかいのが来るぜ
Got him.
行くぜ
Fuck him up, cats.
打ちかますぜ
Fuck you.
Switch back up.
Charge.
Oh my god.
超最悪
Oh my god.
Poison, fire, and defense down in a single fucking attack. That's insane.
First things first.
Oh god damn it! How did I miss that? Fucking hell! Why is the aim going so weird? Fuck! Oh, you know what? You know what? Fuck this shit. I don't care.
なったぜ
Nuri! Fine. God damn it! Stop just standing there.
Ah, god damn it.
He breathes ice? He just breathes ice at us?
さすが俺のお供俺てめえは俺が狩る
Slam, burst, side swipe, and step. Fuck you.
Ah, damn it.
Thank you, Fox Sleep. One,
And
two.
what?
Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
愛してるぜ
Fuck you.
もう全身
yes!
That was me picking his ass chat.
Not the other way around.
これで仕留める
Stab. Right. Head break.
Good.
俺のお供最
Ooh.
高まだまだ
That's a new one. Fuck you.
And fuck. Eh? What? Eh,
用心しろよ
What's that?
what's that?
Oh my god! Okay.
You can walk forward with that, and that completely goes through shields.
Fuck!
頭に来たぜ
Good to know. So the only thing I can do with the attack is to
Superman dive it.
likely. Need to refresh my drugs.
Grab the stuff.
Yeah. Don't let the giant dragon come on you too much.
I mean,
Okay, he kind of caught me off guard with that one move,
because apparently it goes through shields.
but it's fine. It won't happen again.
He's not gonna get.
力を引き出せ
Through my shield this time.
軍人で強く
They
なれ
won't let him.
Bash my shield in. Nope, nope.
Nah, that ain't gonna happen. Take your drugs.
Let's go, cats.
Oh shit! Ah, I couldn't get to the ground in time.
よいしょ。
Fuck you.
Huh? Oh, right. That's how it is. Ah! Oh my god! I didn't know I could combo like that.
愛してるぜ。俺の友よ。
What? Oh, that hit.
Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna question it. Stay right there, please.
And thank you. Fuck you. Come here.
Oh! What? What?
What was that?
The attack looked really weird. Oh my god! Ugh.
So that's what he tries to do.
He tries to,
Stagger you in the guard.
and
He's fire in the back.
oh no!
God.
Oh my god!
He does it twice.
さすが俺の
Good to know.
Fuck you.
修行本能全開だぜ。
Stab first. Change.
Back up. Charge. Fuck you.
ちゃうぜ。
Come here. You okay there?
You kind of missed me there. Good job, cat. I won't have. Big one available in time. I can try to risk it though.
Stay right there.
てめえは俺が狩る。
Oh, I managed to catch him in it.
Nice.
さすが俺のお供。
Fuck you.
愛してるぜ。俺のお供よ。
One. Yeah, that second attack tends to miss me. Oh shit.
Yeah.
The hitbox of that attack is really, really large. And that too.
Fuck you.
What? What? Okay, what? I don't know what's going on, but that attack... That doesn't look like it's intentional. Almost looks like the attack is buggy. Shit! Oh!
Fuck you.
Stab.
Give me that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Plant.
爆弾を仕掛けた。
Plant.
ドカンとかまそうぜ。
Refresh fish.
よし、
Wait,
今
what
だ。
fish?
これで仕留める。
Charge.
Change.
Get closer.
Wake up. Wake up, motherfucker.
Not done with you yet.
Let's go. Fuck you. What the damage I wanted. Fuck you.
Capturable. Right. No, you don't. I don't care anymore.
Just get the fucking trap down. Okay, got him. Ah. Okay. Oh.
So we learned a thing or two about.
This motherfucker.
We learned that a number of his.
Oh.
I got a mantle from that.
Wow. Thank you, Gabe.
We learned that a number of his attacks inflict poison. No matter, even if well, his body now can inflict poison. I think his body only inflicts poison when he does tail attacks and he does attacks that involve breathing fire. He doesn't appear to inflict poison when he charges at me using his head.
For example,
he also inflicts defense down. That's the biggest
thing that I didn't expect.
the fact that he inflicts defense down with his fire breath.
In addition to poison and fire and paralysis.
Wait, no, he didn't hit me with paralysis.
At the very least.
Maybe I avoided the paralysis. Maybe Flaming Aspinas lost the paralysis.
Oh. Anyway, we did chat.
Flaming Aspinas shares, but we even got some tail parts from him.
Thank you. And on. The game was really nice. It gave me the mantle from this guy. A random job.
That's exceedingly rare. Getting a mantle from one of those jewel pickups.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And the mercenaries have returned, so.
Chat, let me deal with the mercenaries.
And then we'll see what the new weapon.
And armor does.
Also, I'm so happy I finally get to use this weapon.
More like the weapon skin. Because I've always wanted this weapon for so long. I finally have it. Looks so fucking cool.
Railgun. We'll check in on that later. For now, we're going to visit the Buddy Plaza.
And deal with our farm, our mercenaries. Here we are.
Oh, I only just saw.
I said she's going to do 7 days to die.
Oh, okay.
And my second check.
I need to set up my third monitor.
Will it work? For my amazing modcast. Oh, she hasn't started yet.
Oh. But she... Oh, she's probably just going to prepare.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I'll look for her once she starts.
Hopefully I remember to check it later.
Yeah, thank you for the...
Stuffed cats. Macaques.
My Jekyll and Riddle.
Thank you.
That was strange. I don't want to deploy a team of mercenaries, I want to deselect mercenaries. Oh, this is annoying. I can't deselect the mercenaries anymore.
Oh. I'll deal with that later. Oakley. Good job on your training, but you're not done yet.
Keep going, ugly.
Look, those adorable little kitty paws.
かなりいいの。交易はロマンだ。交易開始だ。
She said something weird just now. It sounded like Monster Hunter language.
There might be a book where she uses Monster Hunter language when she's not supposed to. Oh,
Let's see.
where do I want to send you guys?
Ooh. We have an Elder Dragon.
Yeah, go get me some Elder Dragons, guys. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Let's see.
Makia, Kylon, Pain, and
Cool.
off you guys go.
Give me that Elder Dragon.
And the herbs as well.
But mostly the Elder Dragon. Don't come back without good shit.
Yeah. Right. Everything here is okay.
Seeds are a little... Might seeds are a little low, so we need to stock up on might seeds. We need to stock up on god bugs.
What else?
Actually, fish as well.
Oh,
We'll do might seeds, bitter bugs.
and fish. Yeah, I think that works. Let's see.
Toddy.
We might see.
Aka.
Get me
Bitter bug.
and Jill. Get me scatterfish. Off you go. Yeah. Right now, back here.
And we talk to... yes. Yes, you have my thanks for hunting that flaming Espinas. We made excellent progress with the medicine. However, yes, I'm afraid it's still missing one vital ingredient. fluid from a violent Mitsuzune. Yes, forgive me. Yes, but I should hunt one for me. Yes, and judging by the look at your face, you must be wondering how does one use poison and soapy monster juice to make medicine. Am I right? Yes, yes, yes. I can assure you that it does indeed work. No, that's not it. Oh, you want to know more about a monster that no one's ever heard of before? Yes. Do not concern yourself with such petty things, dear Hunter. Yes. Now, if you would, share the details. Get me that fluid. Now, off to it then. Yes, off you go. Go, go, go. Yes, I need that soapy water. Yes, yes.
Blah 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 blah.
ご確認くださいませ。
I swear I'm normal, chat.
I'm not crazy. Teehee.
またお話
Thank you, Chiche.
させてくださいね。
Now let's... Wait, no, I almost forgot.
You
ただいまお値引き中。
motherfucker.
何が出る？おお、やったね。
Oh, you give me the jackpot when there's no statue?
Fuck you.
ちょっと緊張。
Garbage.
Garbage. Garbage.
Yeah, let's just use one of these.
いざ
10 points over.
Doesn't really matter.
ご利
Right.
用どうも。
Thank you.
Now.
Now we check out this weapon.
張り切っていくよ。
Let's see. We have a Mizu here. Normal shot. Damn. I was hoping this would be a long lance, but I guess not. There is something strange about the flaming Espinas weapons. I technically saw someone talking about this, but flaming Espinas weapons have poison in addition to fire. It's very strange. They have a hidden
Shut the fuck up.
they have a hidden poison status that is not displayed anywhere on the weapon.
Why did they decide to hide the poison stat? I have no clue.
But it is there. But yeah, unfortunately, it's unlikely I'm gonna use this because it's normal shelling. Theoretically, it has better slots, it has better... Okay, its raw damage is low, but its fire is good. It's better sharpness.
In the end,
I think I'm gonna stick with my current weapon.
it's cool looking gun and stuff.
ちゃう？
Now let's check his armor.
Attack boost, razor sharp, and spare shot.
In the headpiece. Okay, interesting. Charge Master, Marathon Runner, Attack Boost. Charge Master is something we've had already, right? And the charge is against monster elements.
Right, yeah.
We've already had this.
In
Ooh, Attack Boost, Razor Sharp.
修行を重ねて磨き上げた
In-
この加工技術で大満足させちゃうからね。
Oh, that's a lot of stats in a single piece.
and
good slot space too.
what's intrepid heart?
After failing the gauge by continuing landing attacks. Negate damage reactions and reduces damage taken from a single attack that would knock you back.
Oh. Interesting.
I wonder how easy it is to fill this gauge because this almost sounds like Rocksteady, but it's just a one-off.
Ah.
I would have to replace my Scholarly Strong Arm though.
Which is...
What's placed into my Scholarly Strong Arm? Redirection.
Right. My...
Gloves have redirection in them. That's really high value. If I cannot roll redirection on another armor piece, then I can't justify swapping it out.
Let's see.
Charge Master Burst?
It's new as well.
Continuously landing hits gradually increases attack and elemental.
Oh.
The amount increase depends on the weapon.
Oh.
Pawn attack hit, temp attack +5. Hit 5 successful. Hit 5 successful time for an extra stat boost. This is just an elemental and raw attack skill that's useless for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, burst is useless to me, but
Is Intrepid high?
when activated, damage received is further reduced and will detonate an explosion.
Getting level 2 of this would be amazing, but I doubt I'll be able to.
Damn it.
Damn it.
I could try to roll redirection on another piece of armor.
Although...
Fuck. Okay, well we'll try to see what we can do about this
later.
We don't have the parts for it yet.
First things first, let's try to get...
Blaming Mizu? Okay, technically I saw people hunting this already.
I know that this Mizu is fire.
I'm to take out combat drugs, chat.
Ready? Damagings, everyone.
Going in 3, 2,
1. Improv. Yes, everyone. Hi. Alright.
Time for us to go and hunt ourselves a...
Mizu. A scary, flaming fire Mizu.
Maybe I should...
Oh? New intro.
Hi, Flaming Fire Mizu.
時も一し哀れ餌食となる。
I mean,
果たしてそうか。
Oh?
ある者には狩られる者の逃げ様に見えたそれが妖艶なる舞へと変貌し、狩られるのが己だったことを思い知らされる。
oh god. Well, and,
気合十分だ。
the T.
I would say I'm sorry for that Tigrex, but I hate Tigrexes.
Because
Those motherfuckers were the bane of my existence back in Monster Hunter FU.
and
Technically, if you guys know Monster Hunter FU lore,
specifically involving a hunter.
the first monster your hunter canonically encounters,
It's a T-Rex.
and the Tigrex just throws you off a fucking mountain.
力を引き出せ。
So yeah, fuck the T-Rex.
That's all. Give me that. I feel like they sped it up somewhat.
まだまだ。
Okay, let's prepare.
Casting your drugs.
Let's go.
Oh!
Oh, ah.
Uh,
Okay. Delete explosion. No, ah.
well, she doesn't do it nearly as much damage as the.
Espinas. Oh,
そうせ。
Fuck you.
what? Oh,
さすが俺の
that
お供。
just. She's dropping hazards. Ah! He does very low damage though. Oh god damn it. Ah! Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, that's new.
I need to be ready for that.
Ugh.
Learning how to read attacks is gonna be difficult.
Slam burst. Oh god damn it.
俺のお供よ。よいしょ。
Good job, cat.
Charge.
Fuck you.
一歩前進。さすが俺のお供。
Stab. Oh wow, I broke a head already. Oh god. Yeah, her attacks have a very weird cadence to them.
Oh!
Okay.
Come here.
達成も近そうだ。
Good job.
これで仕留める。
Swipe and
Slam first.
俺のお供。
Come here.
最高。
Fuck you.
slam burst and
Stab.
come on, catch on.
Damn.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh, nice! She overrides the stage music.
Oh, that's so cool.
I hate the stage music in here, but I love Mizu's
Theme, so I'm happy that she overrides the stage theme. Fuck you.
Oh, fucking. Okay, I need to know that she has a follow.
Are you okay, Mizu?
Kind of miss me.
限界だぜ
Ah! Okay, now she's actually dangerous.
もう大丈夫だ
Give me that.
Fuck you.
まだまだ
Oh! Fucking!
Ah! Fucking missiles.
She's actually launching missiles.
She do. Oh wow. Okay, that is a huge delay.
Noted.
I can't read her at all.
Fuck you.
Ah!
さすが俺のお供ぶちかますぜ
Could you stay still, please?
Thank you. Oh my god.
俺のお供最高
Fuck up! Fuck you!
Oh, so did I hear something behind me? There's something over there.
I hear something
そ
squeaking
うよ
behind
行く
me.
ぜ
Not sure what that was about. One
一歩前進
and
2.
3.
4.
どんなもんだ
Slam
Burst.
and
Stab.
gotcha.
依頼一つ
Charge. Fuck you.
達成も近そうだ依頼よし今だ
Hurry up and sharpen while I have the chance. I know I'm giving up a damage window, but it's only to make sure that I can keep fighting.
Fuck you. Oh, gee.
He likes to do that tail swipe attack. Oh my god.
More. Bitch.
さすが俺のお供ぶちかますぜ
Boxy, you've been drinking that poison.
Fuck shit for so long. Fuck you.
Thank you.
Cat stick jokes.
Oof. What? Oh, wait, what? Wait, why?
Oh, come on. I blocked that.
俺のお供最高
Fuck you.
she was gonna do a
delayed attack.
like that.
Oh. Fuck you.
Nice.
さすが俺のお供
Being a good lance and the monster falls so far away is
Fucking pain.
God damn it.
Oh. She's tired.
Fuck up.
Cats! Get her. Come on.
I actually managed to force her out of.
Rage state.
Okay, that's really slow. She's tight. Fuck.
Slam first.
Swipe.
Stir. Come on.
What?
She tripped.
That's going to be an attack, isn't it? Yep.
Thought so.
Oh my god. Okay, that has a lot more reach.
That I thought it would have. Oh, god damn it! Ah!
Okay. Oh my god.
Bitch, over here. Haha. Get the cats.
愛してるぜ俺のお供よこれで
Fuck you. Give me that.
さすが俺のお供
I need to sharpen.
I don't have time.
I also need steak.
Gonna do that while she's blinded.
That was good timing, cat.
これからだ
Her body blocks her own fire bubbles.
Interesting. Need to keep that in mind.
Oh fucking hell.
そうって
Those are going to.
Yep.
Fuck you.
Damn. Too early. Damn, those things don't.
Make me stagger, so.
俺のお供最高
I can't rely on them to
せーの
give me a guard.
Oh, she's done.
まだここに置いたからな
Spirit ball? Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. She's not? Are you serious? No.
immune to fucking.
用心しろよ
Ah! Okay, I call bullshit on that. Really? You are immune to traps as long as you have the spirit ball out? Ugh.
どうだ
Bitch! You know there's technically something you can do while she has the spirit ball up? If you do damage to her. Oh, do sufficient damage to her? When she has the spirit ball up, it will backfire on her.
ちょろいもんだぜ
But I didn't focus on doing damage on her because I wanted to capture her. And it turns out she can't get captured while she has the spirit ball. That's bullshit. 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 I call bullshit. Bitch, fucking bitch. God damn it. Oh. We got it anyway. Aye. Flaming Mizu? Yeah. We got ourselves a flaming Mizu. Mizu spitting fire everywhere. Oh, check. We managed to capture ourselves a Mizu. Capture the Mizu for ourselves. Me. Da da. Da da da. Da 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 da. Da da da. First things first.
さあさあ特売日だよ
Lottery again. Oh, Mega Demon Drugs this time.
次頑張ろう凝ってるね
Eh,
ちょ
didn't get anything from there. Let's see. Recovium, Wall Runner Boost. Garbage. 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 Foray on Talisman Garbage. All garbage. Thank you. Now we talk to Dr. Todori. Yes, astounding work. Thanks to your efforts, I was able to complete the medicine and treat the villagers. I've got my fair share of praise, but I just did what any doctor would. Yes, it's so hard though being a doctor, but we struggle, you know, we strive to be the best that we can be and to cure whoever we can. Yes, the life of a good doctor never ends. Yes, I could have. Oh, by the way, I could have done it without you, though. You did a small part of it, collecting the materials after all. I'll be sure to include your name as a footnote in my autobiography. Yes, I'll put in a recommendation to the guild for you as well. Now that those villagers are recovering, everyone else can focus on rebuilding. Progress is being made, slowly but surely. Yes, I must say though, when seeing everyone working together to rebuild, I can't help but recall I think of Kario excuse me. Yes, at any rate, your assistance has been invaluable. There's still much to be done, though. As long as we have you with us, we may continue to help those in need. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Flaming Mizu weapon. Ah.
voice is dying.
I'm fine.
That has amazing slot space.
But it's fucking wide lines.
God damn it.
Ugh.
He has really, really good sharpness too.
But yeah,
Can't use that. It's a wide lance.
unfortunate.
ハモンさんから教わった技術の数々をフル稼働、どんな武具でも任せといて。
Will there ever be a weapon that allows me to inflict paralysis again?
A proper endgame weapon, mind you.
Not this thing. There has to be a better paralysis weapon.
God damn it. Oh well. Guess I'll stick with this weapon for now.
That has garbage poison stat. But it's long lance.
And has good slots, so yeah.
Now let's see.
Armor. What does Flaming Beast's armor for?
Evade extended 3. An adrenaline rush.
In the helmet alone? Wow.
It's got so much slots too. Embolden. Pretty darn good slot space, but
What does Embolden do? Let's see.
while active defense plus 10 slightly prolongs dodging
ってわけで結構ベテランなんだよ
when
ね。
targeted by a monster,
腕
the
前は
monster
信用してくれて大丈夫だからね。
becomes more likely to become enraged, but your own defense.
Huh?
When you are targeted by the monster, the monster's rage state happens more frequently, but your own defense is increased. Or active defense plus 10.
Right, so
It provides a buff that's only active when the monster is raging, and it makes the monster rage more frequently. Increases iframes, lowers impact. Excuse me? Lowers impact while guarding? What? This? This is defense up, evade window, and guard plus in a single skill. But it's only active when the monster is raging.
ooh,
Ooh, this skill is very interesting.
oh, interesting.
Agitator, stamina surge,
Adrenaline rush.
and flinch free and offensive guard.
Oh,
That is a very interesting skill. I wonder how this is calculated under the hood though for guarding, because just to briefly explain how guarding works. What happens in the game, chat, is that when you enter guard, you have a certain guard value based on your weapon and your guard plus skill. The guard plus skills increases your guard value. And whenever you get hit by a monster attack while you're guarding, your guard value is compared against a hidden value that the monster attack has versus guard. It is a value that exists only to be compared versus guard, and if your guard value exceeds this versus guard attack value that a monster's attack has, you will just simply shrug off the attack, no problem. If the attack value exceeds your guard value by a little bit, I think by +5 or +10, I can't recall, there was a certain threshold, but if it doesn't exceed it if the versus guard attack value doesn't exceed your guard too much, you will get pushed back a little bit, but not a lot. If the attack exceeds your guard value by a lot, it pushes you back a lot. You will have a lot of recoil from the guarding the attack. And determining this recoil is important because this also determines how much stamina it takes to guard an attack and how much bleed through damage the monster does to you, chip damage essentially, that the monster does to your guard. If you just shrug off the attack without being pushed back at all, I believe you take no chip damage at all. If you get pushed back a little bit, it does a tiny amount of chip damage. If you get pushed back a lot, it does the most amount of chip damage. So if this slightly lowers impact while guarding, I'm not sure if it just adds to your guard value or if it's doing something else on top of your guard value. I mean, on top of the whole like calculating the guard value thing.
This is very, very strange.
Slightly lowers impact while guarding. Slightly decreases impact of attacks. Reduces stamina depletion. Greatly lowers impact. Lowers impact slightly. It's very slightly decreases. Slightly decreases impact, decreases impact, decreases impact of attacks, greatly decreases. I have a feeling it's just adding to your guard value.
Based on the description that the skill is giving me.
The problem is that one, the description is vague as fuck. Monster Hunter descriptions tend to be like that. And the second problem is that the English description specifically is very... They have a tendency of being very inaccurate.
Unclear.
Even more unclear than normal, so... I think assuming that this is not an inaccurate description, I'm going to assume that this produces the guard plus effect while the monster is raging. The exact values you gain from this is unclear. We don't know if the guard plus effect is like +5, +10, +15, +20, whatever. We don't know what the value is. We'll likely need data miners to look into this. And we don't even know if it's stackable. Can it be stacked? That's the really important thing. Can we stack the... If this is a guard plus value, can you stack this with guard and have a monstrous guard value? This is going to require either a lot of testing or I'm gonna have to see what the data miners can turn up.
Oh. That's why we're making monsters Jew purple. Technically, we didn't make the monster Jew purple. The monster was drooling purple, no?
Now here's the important question, does it stack with us? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
I came
to the question,
as well.
does the guard, assuming that this is a guard plus value, does the guard plus value from this stack with normal guard plus? And just to clear things up, chat, I'm referring to this skill as guard plus because that's how we used to call it. It used to be called guard plus, and this was still called guard up. So we had guard plus and guard up. That helped differentiate the two skills. Now they reduced the skill to just being called guard rather than guard plus. I don't want to replace my gloves with those. I do not want to replace my Lucent Narga chest piece. I don't want to replace my Malzeno coil either, so it's looking like I'm not going to be able to run Embolden at all unless there is a decal I can use, or we can roll it in a charm eventually.
Oh, new charms.
We can craft burst, okay. We can craft maximum might, or
Okay.
we can finally craft foray.
Oh, that's cool. If I want to, I can add foray into my build now.
To a decal. Blast 2, Sleep 2, Paralyzer 2. So this is the Paralyzer 2 jewel, huh? If the Paralyzer 2 jewel comes from Flaming Espinas, this tells me that we're unlikely to get a new paralysis-centric monster with a paralysis weapon.
Which is unfortunate.
Damn.
Oh,
Let's see, do I actually have any space
and my decals for...
foray? Just to fit one foray into it. Razor Sharp, Destroyer, Mind's Eye.
Doesn't look like it.
Every slot is accounted for.
I could reduce the...
No, I've already reduced my Pipe Breaker to level 2, so I really don't want to reduce it even further.
Oh,
I don't want to reduce Mind's Eye. So yeah.
can't.
Fit foray into it.
Oh. Oh. Hang on, chat. Something's wrong. Hang on.
Hang on.
Give me a minute, chat.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Nature, I'm back. Sorry for the sudden break.
Let me get back into my BDSM chest harness.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I just suddenly got some stomachache.
But I dealt with it.
Not sure where it came from, to be honest.
Because I already went to the washroom before. Earlier today.
And yet, the stomach ache suddenly came out of nowhere.
I'm fairly certain it's not the...
But it's not the cocoa powder. Oh. Here we are. We are back. Yes, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. We're back.
元気してる？
Now here's the thing.
作っちゃう？鍛えちゃう？
I am very interested in these gloves. 2 levels of razor sharp.
In the gloves alone.
Sadly, the boots. I don't think I can give up my current boots, but the gloves. I might consider giving up my gloves to do this if I can 1. Roll something decent on the gloves, and then if I can get redirection on something else that I already have. I have item prolonger here.
I have
Item prolonger here. Wall runner boost is useless, I don't care about that. I have flinch free here and increase slot. I have recovery speed and item prolonger here.
so
I could try to reroll my
skirt on my boots.
to try to get redirection on there.
But
切っていくよ。
first step we need to do in order to
Attempt that upgrade project
is to
get the flaming Aspinas gloves.
let us wishlist this
We need flaming Aspinas slash
and
flaming Aspinas sulfur.
we need the tail.
じゃあね。
Didn't I get the tail?
I feel like I got the tail before.
受付いたします。
Or was I mistaken?
I could have sworn that I got the tail. Now here's the question.
Can I get flaming Espinas in anomaly investigations?
I don't know if I can. What are the event quests?
Minor inconvenience.
Overly enthusiastic scholar. I'm your impulse.
We'll save those for later.
Reason
The reason Chameleos is here?
really? Oh. Do I have a flaming Espina's quest?
Yeah, that's the Flaming Espina's quest. And the reason Chameleos doesn't have a story tied to it. You know, before we commit to hunting Flaming Espinas and getting his parts,
let's hunt this guy. I know what his stuff is.
is he?
I wonder what the reason Chameleos is gonna be like.
Nice, miracle worker.
Let's go check.
Grab your combat jugs.
In my case,
I'm grabbing my combat jugs.
you guys can drink whatever.
Everything's chant. Going in 3,
2, 1. Goodbye. There's a one. Right. This is gonna be a normal hunt, so
We need to
perform a few other stuff.
first things first. Change this to anti-wyvern. To flicing.
Wait, hang on. Hang on.
Hang on. Does this include elders?
Never really asked this.
Does that include elder?
Wait. Wait, something isn't right.
Anti-fanged, anti-aquatic, anti-aerial. Chameleos is aerial.
Oh,
Interesting.
oh.
So the elder dragons are all anti-aerial.
I didn't know that.
Huh.
Let me check something.
Deco.
Rampage Deco. Ultra Soul.
Magnosaur. Anti-aquatic.
Arrow, Wyvern.
Did they change this? Didn't this used to be called anti-dragon?
I'm confused. Ow, well.
Doesn't matter.
We know we have to run.
Anti-aerial versus Chameleos, so that's what we're gonna do. It's done.
Cats are okay.
Um,
You grab out my taxi. Yuffie.
Let's go. Time to fight the last of the title update to Monsters World, the new one specifically.
頼むぜ相棒
I'll be checking out the
new anomaly hunts.
later. But the Rising Chameleos is the last unique monster introduced by the title update.
I don't really consider anomaly versions of the.
Existing monsters to be unique monsters.
It's good to have them though.
And then Yoshi.
行くぜ
Oh god damn it! Yoshi!
頼むぜ相棒
Up. Those please, thank you. Up. Down here. Thank you. Bird collar. Give me that. And
Mr. Birdem.
there it is. I missed it. Oops. E.
Right.
Now here. That's fine. Oxley coming out.
And eat steak.
Drink.
He's right over there. So let's go.
Ah!
力を引き出せこの粉塵で強くなれ
Is he reacting to me or is he leaving? Okay, they definitely sped up the meat eating animation. I
Fucked up a little.
oh well.
これで仕留める
Fuck you.
総流始めるぜ
Get him, Matt. Get him. Get him.
Come on.
Get him. Breathe on it. Good boy. Breathe. Fuck him off.
Swipe. Step. Burst. Change.
Back up. Charge. And fuck you.
It's unlikely I'll be able to cut the tail.
But
Might as well. Oh, whoa, that is a weird effect. What am I looking at? Oh, okay, he does that twice.
fuck. Ah!
Shit, I'm using the wrong item loadout. Shit!
回復しといたぜ。
Oh, that is so weird.
He's...
Oh,
Okay.
staying down.
I thought I was gonna do it twice.
でかいのが来るぜ。愛してるぜ、俺のお供よ。せーの。
Whoa.
よいしょ。
That was a little too close.
Interesting.
Cute.
What? Okay, good to know he still has a...
High chance of missing that attack. Fuck you. Stab.
Come here.
Oh, leaving.
Right, I need to switch my...
Item loader because I'm using the wrong one. Oh, here.
はい、ついた。
That was dangerous.
I nearly died because I was using the wrong item loadout.
How did I end up choosing that one instead of that one?
Ah, doesn't matter. I got the right one now. Might as well pop my steak.
Why not?
And ask for help. Oh, hi.
Ah-chan. Go say hi to your new friend. Haha.
Damn, I don't have the big one.
Oh.
総流行くぜ。
Oh, wow.
He has a new
よ
combo.
せよ。
Oh! Firefighting! Bar! Bar!
And
I'll go forward and
knock down. Eat fish.
wire bug.
And
You're done. My turn. Let's go.
俺の総流見せてやるぜ。
Feasting!
what? Excuse me.
Really? Roger?
How could you miss? He was standing right there.
He didn't even move! Feast him! Feast! Dracula! Come on! Beat!
思い知ったか。さあ、行くぜ。
Stab.
治療本能
Big one.
全開だぜ。
Change!
Charge. What? What?
What's going on?
Oh,
Haha!
せーの。
fuck you. Please stand still.
これで仕留める。
Fuck you! Thank you.
まだまだ。
Oh, god damn it.
Bitch! Give me back my bullet!
Stab.
Come here! Fuck you!
Oh wow.
Oh, that's such a cool effect.
治療本能
Slide.
全開だぜ
Slam. Burst.
Stab.
よいしょ
Yeah.
It's almost like lightning. Slam. Burst. Swipe and stab. Oh.
Yeah, go on. Thank you. Fuck you.
Eh.
Ah! I saw that coming.
This is. That attack has a really weird hitbox.
でかいのが来るぜ
What's he doing?
Oh. Okay.
That wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
Casting a drag. Oh, you know, no, you motherfucker! I just told my cats to fucking. God damn it! I should have been paying attention to the battle timer.
集中 力を引き出せこの粉塵で強くなれ
Oh my god!
Motherfucker!
これで仕留める
Fuck you!
Oh wow. Interesting.
Oh,
用心しろよ
Not again! Yeah.
どうな状況だぜ
fuck you!
That's what you get for fucking breathing on me.
まだまだ
Oh,
Slam, burst, and
stab! Fuck you!
俺の音も最高
stab.
さすが俺
Fuck you!
Oh, come on.
How'd that hit me? Fuck you!
これからだ
Oh, god damn it.
調子に乗っちゃうぜ
Stay still, please.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh, they're gonna charge up? I'm gonna do the same.
Fuck you. Yeah, that attack is not hit. Oh, finally hit me.
俺の友よ
Damn.
Did he just eat my pollen?
He ate my fucking pollen!
Oh my god.
Fuck you.
差し掛けてくるぜ
Fuck you.
Well, nice of you to perform a standard attack after all that nonsense. Oh, that was fun.
This is a very fun fight.
I mean,
I know I'm having some difficulty predicting his attacks, but
I'm enjoying this.
覚悟しやがれ
Hi.
用心しろよ
okay. If I don't maintain my guard,
It does damage now.
本能これよくね
ow! Fucking stop breathing poison on me!
Asshole.
Ah! Oh my god!
調査しやが
Not, not good.
Give me that.
一つだぜこれで仕留めるてめえは俺が狩る
Fuck you.
Oh, he's low.
Finish him off. Come on.
What?
That was strange.
Don't know what knocked him down. Was it a flash? Could have been. He's charging so. Well, I.
仕掛けてくるぜ 状況だぜ
Fuck you. Gotcha.
決まりだ
Yeah, I don't know.
What caused that final knockdown at the end? That was a little strange.
Oh, even though I had to spam my fucking herbal medicine,
It was a fun fight.
I never really enjoyed Chameleos in Rise because
I found it really difficult to predict his attacks.
he took long enough to launch his attacks that he always kept tripping me up.
But this guy?
This guy, he attacks more frequently, so it's easier for me to predict his.
Attacks a little bit.
Yo, 余裕だなしゃあ
Is that a puff of smoke?
It'd be
The puff of smoke is the only thing ruining this shot.
a puff of weird black smoke.
Kind of looks like it's
Slice of cake that broke off him. Otherwise, this would be a very, very good shot.
also the cats are doing nothing as usual.
Oh.
Strange texture calms the souls of those who touch it, so
What's unique from this guy?
Is there anything unique? Rise gem.
Unlocking the Elder Dragon's hidden power.
That's the unique drop from Arisen monsters.
A Rise Gem.
I don't know if the Palicos can gather.
Those parts.
It's a quest bonus reward. It'd be annoying if we could only get it from the quest reward screen as opposed to
Carving it. Oh. Useless. Oh, useless. As usual.
よしやるぞ毎度あり
First things first, we are going to say hi to a good friend, the little baby owlet. Come here.
頼りにしてるぜ
Little snow baby owlet. Aww.
I'm gonna miss him once we eventually say goodbye to Monster Hunter Rise.
He's so adorable. No. Blacksmith.
What? Did I get anything special from this? I didn't appear to get a weapon from this.
No weapon.
I get an armor from it?
I did get an armor from it. Let's see.
Peak performance evade window and an insane amount of slots. Peak performance is such a garbage skill.
And nice.
Double Chameleon's Blessing and Wirebug Whisper and a new skill.
Let's see.
Increases attack power when you land attacks that build poison.
ってわけで結構ベテランなんだよね私
Paralysis, Sleep, Blast, or Exhaust. Exhaust ammo, files, coatings.
Only.
Right, so
They don't allow the blunt weapons to get this for free.
yeah, the melee weapons have to use status.
And
It's a percentage increase.
oh,
The percentage damage increase when you on an attack that inflicts.
status. Interesting.
That means every time I attack the monster with my melee,
Attacks on my gun lens.
there's a 30% chance I'll inflict extra.
However many percent damage.
Interesting skill, which could be nice, but
I don't think it'll be that useful, to be honest.
Chameleos and Foray.
And build up boost. Really good slots on the gloves.
Well, it would be nice to get build up boosts.
And fall it back into my build.
The slot space isn't sufficient to make up for losing.
All the skills.
Wirebug Whisperer and Foray in the skirt.
Not bad, but
Not good enough. Evade window.
oh,
Evade window in the boots. Evade window 2 in the boots, along with that much slot space.
That could be useful for my insect glaive build.
It's been ages since I updated my insect glaive. Well, I doubt I'll go back to it anytime soon.
And Camilla's blessing is not worth using.
So yeah, unfortunate, but
This Ryzen Mizuha armor doesn't appear to have what I need.
oh, it's good to have it regardless. Or at least have it in the menu so I know what it is.
Now let's go and get the flaming Espinas glove, shall we?
Wait.
You want to talk to me?
Oh, this guy.
Not I knew Fury. Fuck off.
You're well done. Blah 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 blah. Here's tickets.
Options?
Right?
What?
Is it because of the new horror filter?
It was because of the new horror filter. That was silly. Let's check our wish list.
Flaming Espinas Sulfur and Lash.
I won't be able to get a lash most likely.
Because I'm a fucking Gunlance. Gunlance tail cutting is the absolute worst. I'm gonna have to rely on either my cats or the quest reward for that.
Sulfur comes from cars.
Fuck. Back, broken part, and body cars. Fuck.
I'm gonna have to kill them. Can't capture them, I have to kill them.
This is gonna be annoying.
Oh. Since I can't capture, I'm going to bring any
Traps with me. We're going for a kill.
this one.
Chat. Time for more combat tracks. Every drinks everyone.
3, 2, 1. Think back. Here's another.
Hi.
Let's go. I didn't get Bombardier, but I got Dango Super Recovery, which is what I need.
行くぜ
Dango Super Recovery is the important skill.
乗ってきたぜ
Drink that.
Drink that. Eat that.
wake up again too.
That'd be better.
No.
There's still the best wake up. Come here, thank you.
Right.
爆弾を置いたぜ。爆弾の仕掛けだ。
Okay, on herbal medicine.
Take my drugs. Powder.
この粉塵で強くなれ。
Powder.
力を引き出せ。
No. Yeah. Let's try to see if we can.
ぶちかますぜ。
Get a better wake up this time.
てめえは
Wakey
俺が
wakey.
狩る。さて。
Charge.
Fuck you!
に乗っちゃうぜ。
That always happens, that's fine. Ah.
Iron.
Stay right there, please.
Good boy.
Time for.
Round 2.
ドカンとかまそうぜ。爆弾を置いたぜ。
Give me that.
よし。
Let's
今だ。
Fish.
Change.
Cats.
Now let's
せーの。
go. Slam first. Snap. What?
Oh, come on!
Oh, what?
Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
Ah. Oh my god! Yeah, that's bullshit.
Bullshit!
I call fucking bullshit on that.
このままじゃ終われね
Fucking delay hitbox on that fucking head slam thing, and then the poison hooked around my shield, and then fucking 3 charges. I call fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit.
え。この粉塵で強くなれ。力を引き出せ。
Eat fucking fish. Let's go. Motherfucker. Bitch, where are you?
着々と進行中だ。
Come here!
ぶちかますぜ。てめえは俺が狩る。
Fuck you!
Oh god damn it, I mistimed that. Too early.
さあ行くぜ。
I hate the fact that he holds his tail so high.
So hard to hit.
Fuck you!
ちゃうぜ。達成も近そうだ。
What status did I inflict on him?
Was it poison?
Didn't look like I inflicted poison on him.
面倒な状況だぜ。
Oh,
Got paralysis. Slam, burst, and
stab. Fuck you.
oh. Cat, sorry, but your Kitanator is gonna have to be wasted.
見せてやるぜ
Bonk.
Oh, come on!
How the hell did he fucking
Not hit the.
thing? There we go.
Okay, I'm going to save that other one.
For later.
どんなもんだ
Start.
Fucking. How did I not latch on? Call bullshit again. This guy is clearly hacking.
Fucking hacks. Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
最高
Oh,
Slam, burst, and
stab.
gotcha. Back off.
Charge. And
Okay, that was too greedy.
that was the first time I've ever tried to attack.
And it takes too long. Load it. Oh, got it.
That?
It's multi-hit? Good to know.
こりゃよくねえな
Oh my god.
Get in the fucking wall, bitch.
倒せ
Fuck you.
Charge. One more.
Fuck you again.
さすが俺の男
Oh, good job, cats.
It's hard to predict whether or not the second attack would.
Hit me. Because of that, I can't.
Oh, you gotta be. Okay, yeah, that attack has a very weird hitbox.
Oh, fucking.
There was no way for me to recover from any time. That was a multi-hit.
Alright.
Okay, that's bullshit. That is actually bullshit.
That attack shouldn't be.
Going over me. That goes through shields as well.
Noted.
状況だぜ
Fuck you.
Bitch in your hacks.
俺の音もこれで仕留める
Fuck you.
これからだ
Oh, fucking. Really?
さすが俺の音も
You shorted the attack so that the
All up explosion will
get me.
俺の音も最高
Fucking hacks, I said.
愛してるぜ俺の音もよ
Katsuki Jax. Give me that.
Switch.
Charge. Fuck you.
It is a very long knockdown. Oh, now they're attacking me.
Hey, come over here, one sec. Haha.
Joker.
Fuck you.
Yeah, the attack is unreliable.
Half the time I'll miss you. I'm just second here. Fuck you.
Uh, you okay, Espinas?
You're kind of missing me a lot.
でかいのが来るぜ。
Time to...
Re up all my shit.
この
Come on.
粉塵で強く
Powder.
なる
Ah!
Powder.
力を引き出せ。
Fish.
Yeah! I said fish! Get away from me!
Motherfucker. Thank you. Thank you.
調子に乗っちゃうぜ。
Damn. Try to... Dereliction. Not dereliction.
Fucking.
さすが俺のお供。ぶちかますぜ。
Not good.
I tried to redirection
That other
move, but
missed. St- That's not the attack I thought he was gonna do.
good job, cat. Fuck you.
No.
Come on. He's low, but we need to kill him.
One and
Yeah, that attack missed me.
it's unreliable.
It's annoying trying to.
Figure out attacks with unreliable targeting and hitboxes because
You don't know if you should counter it or not.
you. Gotcha.
It's the only attack that we need to tidy up a little bit.
The double stomp attack he does.
Nice. I got the sulfur in here. Oh,
一歩前進
Right.
thank you, Mr. Espinas.
Now, if only you would give me your tail.
The question about please. I'd really appreciate it.
Also, I'm not sure if you guys can hear this, but it's thundering and lightning being outside.
It's raining cats and dogs here. Hopefully my internet doesn't go down.
Nice, I got one tail.
Yeah, I need two. I have a feeling I need two.
I'm gonna need two, aren't I? Game's gonna tell me I need two.
I just know it.
Got another mantle though.
This time from the cats.
I suppose I can't complain about getting another mantle.
Because it's the rare part, but still.
おやいらっしゃい
Garbage. Oh, garbage.
Dun, dun, dun. いざ今後ともごひいきに
Those things first. Say hi to our little baby Snarl. Up we go.
頼りにしてるぜ
Oh, baby owl. Adorable.
Right, so I'm gonna have to hunt the motherfucker again.
Oh. Let's prepare.
元気してる
There's something I want to check though.
We do have more.
Wait. They are
Introducing
the Elder Dragon set bonuses?
as a tier 1 deco. If fucking Chameleos gives me this, that means that Teostra
and Kushala, possibly Valthrax, and
everyone else, all the other set bonuses.
he might get decals as well.
Oh,
And this is okay. I don't know if the others are gonna be tier 1, but this is going to open up builds a lot. If people can run the specific armor set bonuses in the form of decals, this is gonna be
insane. This is actually gonna be insane. Can't wait to see what else they do.
if they give us more.
Let me see here.
Yeah, nothing else here. That's fine.
Oh. I don't expect we'll get anything new here.
At least not for a while.
いつでも待ってるよ
Happy shiny. Aww.
盤上
Hmm. Ain't you nice to me?
Alright, let's see. Ensnaring life. Where we're going won't have any ensnaring life, but
I guess we could still take this.
carry it over into normal hunts once we go back to them.
But for now we need to hunt Espinos again.
We're still looking for the tail. We got enough for the...
Gloves.
I mean, we got the sulfur we need for gloves, so that means now we can capture him.
Means. We're going to speed up the hunt by capturing this guy. Oops. Accidentally dropped my cup cover.
Time for more
Combat jets, chat.
greetings, everyone.
Yes. Oh, that's good. Oh. Yeah, I'm definitely reducing the amount of cocoa powder. Next. Mocha.
I enjoy chocolatey drinks, but mocha is about maintaining a fine balance between the coffee and the
Cocoa.
and this cocoa powder is really strong.
Very tasty.
But I need to use a little bit less cocoa powder.
Next time. Fish rhino. Alright. There we go.
Now, even if I get the second sleep off,
I'm not gonna have enough time to
take most of my stuff, so I have to do the longer lasting.
buffs first.
この粉塵で強くなれ
Although I'm going to modify the time. Oh, God, the exact order of.
Operations.
Wait. Fish. Cats.
ぶちかますぜ
Charge.
Switch.
調子に乗っ
Wakey
ちゃう
wakey.
ぜ見つけたぜ
Recharge and fuck you.
全開だぜ
And roar. Okay.
Oh, come on, I pressed the button. You really didn't?
Didn't take.
The button press? One.
2.
Fuck you.
Oh.
1 and 2. Fuck you.
さすが俺のお供
Good job, cat.
I don't know how that didn't hit me.
Weird hitbox is weird.
Okay, you know what? Going to take advantage of. Oh no! Shit! This is the wrong time.
For paralysis.
Oh.
Fuck you.
ほんの全開だぜ
Get over here.
俺のお供達成
Slam burst and stab. Fuck you.
Ah, damn it. Not fast enough.
Ah,
Doesn't matter. This sets me up for this.
用心しろよ
Excuse me? Excuse me?
よくねえな
That's bullshit! He becomes immune to sleep when he's charging his ult? Are you serious? I call fucking bullshit on that! Ugh. That's fucking bullshit! God damn it.
fuck you. Good job, Cat.
ぶちかますぜ
Swipe. Oh wow, instant knockdown.
Really.
お供よ
Damn, I was hoping I could.
Get a big one off by all.
Take what I can get. Can I get this off fast enough?
Kinda, but I'll take it.
Oh,
まだまだ覚悟しやがれ
Well, let's go.
俺の総流
Uh,
見せてや
bomb.
るぜ
I fired in your fucking face.
motherfucker. Get on the ground.
Where you belong.
思い知ったか
Refresh that. Bring that up.
これで仕留める
I still managed to hit him.
Fuck you.
Ah. さすが俺のお供
Come here.
What?
Oh, damn.
The wind up he has for that attack is
Very similar to his standard
これからだ
face on floor attack. Fuck you. Stab. Come on.
one more.
Fuck you. Give me that.
Ow.
Slide first and stab.
That explosion looks and sounds really weird.
I never
Seen or heard that kind of effect before.
fuck you. Ow. Cat strokes. keep him off me, please, cats. Fuck.
治療本能でかいのが来るぜ
Oh. And one more. Ow. Okay.
面倒な状
Place
況
it.
だぜ
Hazards on the ground.
愛してるぜ俺の友よ
Where's he going?
Fuck you.
That was a very delayed.
Stagger.
What?
God damn it. Ah,
Yeah.
fuck you. Give me that.
Oh,
Again.
I
調子に
In
乗
a
っちゃう
case.
ぜ
slam, change.
Charge. Fuck you.
本能全開だぜよいしょ
Fuck you. Come here.
he has a high tendency to
To fall up from the
double
pounce attack with
that fire breath. Ah, god damn it.
you. Dodge.
And
Dodge. Come here. Death.
one more.
Fuck you.
てめえは俺が狩る
Oh, that's not good. Wait.
Okay.
I'm surprised that doesn't launch.
Ah.
罠の設置完了だ大チャンス
And then
どうだ
now we cross our fingers and pray for a tail.
ちょろいもんだぜ
Give me the tail. I need one more tail. Come on. Please. Please. All I need is one tail.
I did not get a tail. Fuck. 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 Well,
Time to hunt him again.
really some status resist for this guy. He doesn't appear to do paralysis anymore.
Oh, there's that.
Instead, he still does poison. He does a lot more fire. He does a lot more poison actually.
And
He does defense down.
so the defense down replaces his paralysis.
ごきげんよう。お待ちしておりました。いつでもお立ち寄りくださいね。
That's not what I meant to do, but oh,
Doesn't matter. Should I go back to talk to her?
Akiyuki is suffering of RNG again. I'm glad that my suffering is entertainment for you guys. You guys are supposed to root for me. You're supposed to support me while I ground pound monsters, not
Not root for the monsters to ground pound me.
that's backwards, Jay. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to root for the monsters. You're supposed to root for me.
Wait,
Wait.
ensnaring life? 1 of 4? What did I do to get 1 charge of those in the last hunt?
Yes.
Do the wall beetles count?
Wall beetles might count.
Excuse me. Yeah. If the wall beetles do count. Excuse me.
Sorry. Alright.
お城の外に出たのが初めてなものですから、
Alright.
見るもの、
Alright, I'm fine. I'm fine.
すべてが新
If
鮮
you're
です。
there, you could cut his
こ
tail.
こでの経験を合格のためにどうか。
Any other weapon besides?
Hammer and hunting horn would be able to cut his tail better than me. Sadly, all my friends who play Monster Hunter aren't playing it right now, so I have to do this alone.
Last bit of coffee, everyone.
Meantime, cheers. Oh, so good. Yeah, that was the last bit of coffee.
Numi is sleeping? I don't know. Numi was doing a horror game with...
出発するか。
Mizu earlier.
And I don't know what they did after.
He might have gone a bit. I assume Nimi went to bed.
Also, what buff did I get from...
The fool.
I did not get super recovery.
Damn. This is an essential component of my tank.
Oh well. I'll just have to be more
期限
careful.
万丈。
Switch.
Eat. I'm not gonna waste this wild bug.
This here.
さらに強くこの粉塵で強くなれ
Give me that. Thank you.
I could attempt to cut his tail, but to be honest,
爆弾を置いたぜ
I'm
爆弾も仕掛けた
probably gonna want to kill myself if I were to try, so...
just gonna focus on killing him.
And if I happen to see his tail, I'll go for it, but otherwise I won't.
Force it.
ぶっ倒せ 狩猟本能
Wakey
全
wakey.
開だぜ
Come on.
標的
Keep up, Sleeping Beauty.
てめえは俺が
Time for your...
Medicine.
まだまだ
Really? I can't cancel all of that.
Oh,
さすが俺のお供これからだ
fuck you.
Too early. Oh! Yeah, his hip check and his face
On ground attack.
has the almost the exact same wind-up animation.
Had to tell the difference.
まだまだ
Ah!
面倒な状況だぜ用心しろよ愛してるぜ俺の
Fuck you.
Get in the wall!
達成も近そうだぶちかますぜ
Swipe.
Stab first. Switch! Stab.
Back up. Charge. And fuck you.
Stab. Gotcha! Oh,
Good job, cat.
ぶちかますぜ
bad time for you to
Get your
超最悪
your kittenator.
He's blinded. He's not gonna get close to you.
調子に乗っちゃうぜ
Oh, he kind of wanted it anyway.
Oh, I'll take it. Stab.
さすが俺のお供依頼一丁上がりもらった
Fuck you.
集中
Sharpen.
Think I used the wrong sharpen for this.
Come on.
Right, okay.
Nice. I almost fucked this up.
俺の総流見せてやるぜ
Bonk.
And
Bonk.
and
Bonk. Bonk.
思い知ったか
Gotcha.
てめえは俺が
Fuck you.
that was his back.
On his tail.
That was his wing, not his tail.
Gotcha. Slam burst. Swipe snap. Hitbox extends that far into his torso.
I can accept that.
Well,
We broke his head and his back. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get his tail though. Oh, it's so hard to reach his tail.
wow, Foxley took the attack on me.
Even though technically I wanted to take it.
Attack.
仕掛けてくるぜ
Oh shit. Dive. And
Dive.
ぶちかますぜ
Fuck you. Oh. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I didn't have enough.
Firebugs.
Although I could have tried to.
Redirect
さすが俺
that.
のお供
Oh.
俺のお供最高
Ah,
Look at how hard it is for me to get his tail.
he never presents his tail.
俺のお供よさすが俺のお供調子に乗っちゃうぜ狩猟本能
Ah, god damn it.
Come on.
さらに強く
Come on.
Come on.
Take your drugs. Okay.
俺のお供最高
Oh my god.
愛してるぜ俺のお供よ
Oh,
That was.
that was a weird exchange.
用心しろよ
Ugh. Ah, god damn it.
面倒な
I ran up a wall. Shit.
That fucked up my.
You know what?
Go sleep.
Or not. Oh, yes.
俺の
Thank you.
お供最高
I need to sharpen.
Red burst.
Bomb his tail.
ドカンとかまそうぜ爆弾を仕掛けたこれからだせーの
I'm wasting a big wake up opportunity just so I can.
Get his tail.
せーの
Fuck you. wow, the book is nice.
さすが俺のお供
Oh. Oh, god damn it.
That was the wrong time to...
Stun him. Oh well. I'll take it. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Come on. How did that not latch on?
God fucking damn it!
I at least got the...
Hang on to his tail.
Okay, if we can get a knockdown here, I'll have another opportunity to get his tail.
Come on.
俺のお供最高
Come on.
He does this 3 times.
Oh.
Tail slam.
Ah, damn it! Give me your fucking tail!
でかいのが来るぜ
Fuck you! One more?
こりゃよくねえな
Ah, damn it.
Present your damn tail to me, god fucking...
Ah.
This is so fucking annoying!
Yeah. No. Ugh. Missed.
Damn.
What?
Excuse me?
I went
Clear to his fucking tail! How did that not latch on? That slowed him down a little bit. God fucking...
No.
He's capturable.
Which means he's going to die soon. That was not his tail, that was his wings.
Give me your fucking tail!
もう大丈夫だ
Ah, that hit his...
Fucking legs. It was that just the second stagger on his tail? Are you serious?
俺の音も最高
Fucking.
隊長最悪
Fuck this. Seriously, fuck this. I'm just gonna fucking capture him.
頭に来たぜ
Come here, motherfucker!
罠を仕掛けた罠
Give me your fucking tail! Bitch!
決まりだ
I hate going for the fucking tail as the gun lands. Yeah.
余裕だな
Cut his tail now. Sadly, we can't cut his tail when he's asleep. Have to hope for a crest reward. And no tail. Okay. Okay. This is what we're gonna do, champ. First, we're going to check this. Everything is likely garbage. Yes, everything is garbage. We need to go and deal with our farm as well. But once we're done with dealing with our farm, we're going to go and fight him again. And we are going to aim exclusively for the tail. I'm going to avoid hitting him unless I can get a hit on the tail. Everything I do is going to be pure tail damage as much as possible. But that'll come later. And now let's take care of our farm real quick. I'm not joking when I say that tail cutting, as far as tail cutting is concerned, gun lance is one of the worst weapons for it. After the blunt weapons, of course. Oakley is almost done with her leveling. Keep working hard, Oakley.
さあ始めようか取引開始といこうさて始め
Okay,
よ
I
う
went there. Ooh, Astalos.
取引
I'll
成
take
立
that.
商人の血が騒ぐね交易開始だ 楽しかったぞ
Now let's see, where do I want to send these guys? Ooh, we got more Elder Dragons. Specifically Shaggy, but... and a Teostra. We need fish though, so I think I'm gonna send you guys here to get fish. Oh, here. Let's see. Riddle, Warbringer, Mitchell, and Geo. Go. In everything, looking for a cast like this will be in engagement.
What, like a course?
You know how it is with MMO style games.
Nobody can do anything. Y'all lazy motherfuckers. You have to go and do all the work for them. Did I really only get so few seeds from that? I forgot to spend points. Fuck.
It's fine, it's fine. I'll repeat the order.
And this time I'll remember to spend the points. Should be alright.
商談を始めよう。
Oh,
Might see.
White Jackal, Litter Box.
Actually, wait, no. White Jackal, cancel your order.
Instead, you go for God Box.
And
Ping. Go for a Scatterfish.
出航準備完了。
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to do this last time.
there we go. That's why I got so few resources from that.
Oh. Back to Elgato.
And
Yep, I remember that.
I did not have this prepped.
Oh. Alright, let me go to the washroom real quick, Jack.
One last washroom break and then we'll go and try to...
Get the fucking tail from the motherfucking flaming Espinas.
again. Give me a 3-minute break, chat.
RB. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Let me get back into my BDSM chest on it real quick.
You pick cactuses barehanded?
Good luck.
Still don't understand why people want cactuses as
House decorations.
the fucking eye stabbing hazard. Why would you?
Why would why would anyone want to
Intentionally put an eye stabbing hazard?
in their own house if they can help it? Alright, back.
Alright.
Check. Back.
お待ちしておりまし
Let's
た
go and prep for
One more hunt of this motherfucker.
クエストリストを開きますね
Oh, it's because
I was wondering why SPS this quest was in a different place this time.
and it's because this start will then.
Considered done.
Oh,
よろしくお願いいたします
it's minimal maintenance.
You're
You're putting an eye stabbing hazard in your house.
just so you don't have to water.
One of these days,
Someone's gonna trip.
I'm out of coffee, so just gonna hydrate.
Stay hydrated, chat. Okay. Yes.
Actually, no.
I'm fairly certain that people have had
Grievous injury accidents,
from keeping a cactus in their house.
and they trip and fall for whatever reason.
I'm very sure.
God damn it! Still no.
出発するか
Super recovery. Oh well.
Let's go.
I'm going to
Focus everything, or as much as I can, on the tail.
乗ってきたぜ
just a little bit of sting. Yeah, a little bit of
Sting of needles.
in your eye. Why is Foxley a Sonic? Because I say so. I wanna have Sonic here. Sonic!
I'm gonna have
Sonic!
さらに強くこの粉塵で強くなれ
Hi Markia.
Hope you're doing okay, by the way.
Miss you so much.
Alright. We are going to... This is a really small Aspinas! Oh. We're going to wake him up like so?
見つけたぜ
Really? Damn, missed.
これからだ
Yeah, this is a super small Aspinas.
Fuck you.
Okay, this might make getting his tail a
A little bit easier because you gotta hold it a lot
closer to the ground.
まだまだ。回復しといたぜ。
Oh my god. Ah! Fuck! Doesn't matter. We're gonna reset and immediately go back in.
頭に来たぜ。
And get that fucking tail. I'm also going to not use powders until after I've gotten the tail. Actually, no, you know what? We're going to use powders. Because fuck this shit. Going to
で強くなれ。
buff myself up as much as possible. Because we need the fucking tail.
Is that a legendary card?
I don't count this as failing because I'm fighting in a way that's making things super difficult for me.
さすが俺のお供。でかいのが来るぜ。体調最悪。もう大丈夫だ。達成も近そうだ。
Oh god damn it, are you serious?
Hi.
俺のお供最高。愛してるぜ俺のお供よ。
Ah, damn.
Anything else gonna roll out the lane? Okay, if we can.
Get that kill. This will give us an opening.
Fuck you.
依頼一つ達成だ。
Come on. Come on.
Ah damn. I'm gonna get hit by that. Ah damn. Is he nah, too late?
これからだ。
Fuck
俺
you.
のお供最高。
Really?
I call bullshit on that.
Okay, good job, cat.
愛してるぜ俺のお供よ。仕掛けてくるぜ。
Ah, fucking. Reset. Again. We're going back in.
こ このままじゃ終われね
I don't care how many times I cut during this.
I'm trying to.
I'm not trying to kill him, I'm just trying to get the fucking tail. Actually, wait. Can I? No, it's too early for me to.
Idiot.
We get the tails 100% drop.
I fucking hope so.
Alright, that helps. That does not help. Damn it.
Fucking
Asshole. No, you don't.
Hey, back on here. Feel good?
Really?
Fish. Come on.
体調最悪もう大丈夫だ
Come on. Give me the fucking tail.
I ran around him so much that he's
Actually, tired.
rather than raging.
my help?
Alright.
これからだ
Did I break his wings? Seriously? Ugh.
愛してるぜ俺の友よ
How the hell did I get a wing break?
さすが俺のお供 面倒な状況だぜ
Oh god fucking damn it.
One.
Only one?
Fine.
Final fucking Lee!
Okay, now we kill him.
Serious.
Fuck you. One and two.
No, I don't have to be
So hard pressed about.
only hitting his tail.
Fuck him up, guys.
That move will never not have an unreliable hitbox.
Fuck you. Since we're down to last card,
We're gonna play really safe.
愛してるぜ俺の友よさすが俺のお供
carve.
Fucking finally! Oh, of course the game gives me two of it. God fucking damn it.
かまそうぜ爆弾を仕掛けた
I don't have enough time to...
Recharge my wig one.
Or do I? Let's try.
調子に乗っちゃうぜ
Come on. Come on.
これで仕留める 調子に乗っちゃうぜ
Fuck you. Get him.
Let go.
One more. you!
Oh, he's going down.
Alright.
They're all fires.
So, bonk
And
着々と進行中だ
bonk,
and
bonk,
and
bonk.
right over here.
どんなもんだ
Fuck you!
Give me that. No, you don't.
Fuck you!
Get into the fucking wall.
Stab! Big one. Fuck you!
で仕留める
It's fine.
I'll take that hit.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but I am extremely pissed.
Fucking kill this motherfucker!
Get into the wall again. Bitch!
狩猟本能全開だぜ愛してるぜ俺のお供よ
Come on!
Oh,
Capturable!
調子に乗っちゃうぜ
come on.
7の設置大チャンス
Fucking finally! Ah!
完璧
That was
So fucking
stressful. I got so pissed off. But I finally got the tail part I need. Ah!
This is a really small Espino still.
ちょろいもんだぜ
Insanely small. That actually helped.
The fact that it was so small made it that much easier to reach the tail.
Oh, of course, now the capture reward gives me a fucking tail! Ah! You know what? You know what? I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. I'll take it. I'm fucking... Uh...
Yeah,
I only needed one. That quest gave me 3. You know what? I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'm just glad I have the fucking tail. God fucking God. Ah. I just saw the burst.
skill appear on a
Charm. Which means we can get...
all those new skills on just
Well, maybe not all of them, but
some of them.
行くぞよーしやるぞ完成
ooh, deploying blessing 3 on a single charm. That's getting locked.
いざ出来上がりだよ
Redirection on a charm. The Warren is garbage though.
I'll look it anyway, see if I can.
Make use of it.
Yosh, yaru zo.
Garbage.
Evade window 2 on a charm.
Not good enough.
Ikku zo.
No.
Trash.
What was that? Redirection stairs?
Yeah, garbage.
Yosh, yaru zo.
Garbage.
Iza. Kochira wo douzo.
Yeah, we're definitely getting some of the new skills and charms.
Garbage.
Okay, updating the charm drop pool.
Yosh,
Interesting.
yaru zo.
Garbage.
Iza. Kansei.
Garbage.
Yosh, yaru zo.
Garbage.
Garbage.
Garbage. Garbage. So garbage.
Iza. Kochira wo douzo.
All garbage.
Yosh, yaru zo.
Garbage.
I really wish that they
Waited the reincarnation to more
Yosh.
to favor high rarity combinations more, but
it doesn't feel like they do.
Ikku zo.
We seem to get all sorts of trash
Yosh, yaru zo.
regardless.
Ikku zo. Yosh, yaru zo.
rapid fire up.
But it's got Windproof 3, which is garbage.
Iza. Kansei.
Oh,
Garbage.
Yosh, yaru zo.
Garbage. Absolutely nothing good.
Iza.
Bob.
ご利用どうも。
That was a whole lot of nothing.
But at least I got rid of all the garbage, well, most of the garbage charms.
I'm out of research points though.
Need to do some quests to farm back up my research point, but
No comment time. Yeah. Saying hi to the adorable little snow owl.
it never fails to help me relax.
元気してる？
Alright, so
張り切ってい
What
くよ。
is... See about foraging.
よっしゃ。
This right here, we do not want to equip it.
instead,
災いを
what we're gonna do is we're going to enable the augmentation.
And
Now that augments are available, let's augment this a little bit.
until we get something good.
Excuse me? Are you fucking serious? Wow, that is useless. Item prolonger is useful.
I'll keep that.
Okay, if this already has... If this has item prolonger, that means I can...
That means I can
move item prolonger off of...
one of my other armor pieces. Yeah,
I can move item prolonger off of my...
like for example these.
Let's save first.
And
I'm about to...
save scum.
Because... Fuck. RNG upgrades. Fuck it to hell. Ha. Where's my source of Gara?
The guard is coming from the helmet.
Hang on a second. Is my guard up coming from a tackle or a...
It's coming from
The helmet's built-in skill. Okay, so having guard up,
2 levels of guard up will be useless.
I need something else on this. Auto actually. No, no.
I need something else on this.
No.
Wait, no.
This might not be bad.
Let me think.
If I have an extra tier 1 slot on this, that means I...
No, it needs to be.
worth more than that, so...
Evil says come.
Well, too bad. I lose blood right?
Fuck no!
Blood right is
The entire reason why I'm wearing this shit. Heartbreaker? No! Fuck no! I don't want this Heartbreaker. Fucking... Why did they keep giving you wall runner boost? That's such a useless skill. That might be worth keeping. Let's see what I can do with this. Let us see what I can do with this. I need razor I don't need that much razor sharp anymore. Which means this double razor sharp might not be necessary anymore. If I swap this to this, what can I do here? I can have a redirection here. Is there anything else that's worth anything? Quicker. I don't need item prolonger. Oh, I don't need that much Heartbreaker.
We call down.
Oh, I don't need that. Don't need that either.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Don't need that. Don't need that.
4-way 2 on a charm. That's
Low priority. What do I have on this set right now?
razor sharp. Redirection 2.
Hard.
Spirable collar.
Bring back the mind's eye.
Sorry, Blindside 2.
Bring back 1 razor sharp.
I Razor Sharp 3. Get rid of that. What am I missing?
Guard, artillery.
Light up is there.
I'm missing some plot breaker.
I'm missing recovery up. I'm missing 1 level of part breaker and 1 level of recovery up.
Again, Intrepid Heart. Level 1.
Give me
Give me.
Do I have the part breaker?
I do not.
Where's the part breaker decal?
元気してる
I can afford that. Give me that.
Give me the part breaker decal, so I have part breaker 3.
And then
I have
give me that.
so that I have guard
5. And then
recovery up.
do I seriously only have 1 recovery up decal?
Apparently I do.
Let's make another recovery up decal. More runner recovery up.
There you go. Yeah, I can easily afford that. And another defense jewel.
Now here's where I need to decide.
Do I want to prioritize part breaker or do I want to prioritize recovery up? Part breaker would make it so that my
damage.
breaks parts quicker and I can get to the meaty underside of the monster earlier.
And I start draining health from him faster.
Well, earlier in the hunt. But I drain less health from him
And
all of my passive regen is reduced.
the passive regen that I build is set specifically to field.
Unless...
Yeah,
I have to decide between more regen, but it takes me longer to break parts
to get the
health drain going,
or
part break sooner but less regen.
overall.
Decisions.
Or I can just say fuck it to the Iron Wall Jewel.
And run a Heartbreaker Echo in here. Do I think Guard 3 is enough?
You know?
You know? I've been fighting with Guard 3 all this time.
I think. I think that Heartbreaker 3 is enough.
I mean, Guard 3 is enough. And technically, if I could always try to reroll this. Because this chess piece, honestly, the value of what's on this chess piece is garbage.
Compared to Item Belonger.
Yeah, you know what?
You know what? For now,
We'll run Destroyer.
here, Heartbreaker.
And then when we find a
Good charm or
we stock up on some resources, then we can bring back Guard 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do.
Yep, alright.
Then.
Three, defense 5.
I have slightly more defense.
Slightly more part breaker. And I have Intrepid Heart.
Which is...
You know, I have no idea how good or bad Intrepid Heart is.
Let's find out.
I really should have tested this before I did all that. So,
Let's see.
after feeling the gauge by continuously attacking, it gets damage and uses reactions and from single attack that will knock you back.
Okay, so...
You see that gauge underneath my name?
That's filling up.
Let's see how this behaves.
Once I fully fill it.
It takes ages to fill, but
Alright.
it's still something that I get. Okay,
Now...
let's see. It stays full.
But for how long?
Let's see. I stopped attacking at say 5 hours 3 minutes 25.
Let's see how long this stays on for.
I wish I could get the second level of Intrepid Heart, but there's no way for me to get it right now.
It's fine though. I'm waiting.
It's been a minute. Does this not time out at all?
Infinite.
You think it's infinite?
You do a special move, it'll lower.
Reading the
Skill.
after feeling the gauge by continuously landing attacks negates damage reactions and reduces the damage from a single attack that would knock you back. When activated, damage... Yeah, so it negates the damage reaction and reduces damage taken from a single attack that would knock you back. It doesn't appear to time out.
Well, we're waiting for that.
Let me see what the Marcelos Nest has to say about this.
For a skill that sounds so complicated, there might be weird ways that it behaves, you know?
intrepid heart. Was testing on the training dummy invade Windows 3. Proc to rush without losing also goes away even if you evade attack.
Oh.
What does intrepid have? Oh. What does intrepid have actually block small hits or big hits or both? Have you ever used the lantern bug? Intrepid has basically that.
Free lantern bug.
It works like lantern bug.
Oh. Yeah, it looks like
the buff never wears off.
and it lasts forever.
And it's a free lantern bug.
Interesting.
It's a knockback shield, yeah, damage. A single use damage reduction and knockback shield, and then
Let's see.
we have to test this. Okay. We're going to see what happens if I guard it. Does guard consume it?
It does not.
That's intrepid heart.
I messed up my
Wire bug input and
and it took the hit from me.
seems to build the bar based off of the number of hits you do, as opposed to how strong each individual hit is, which means
If I were to use this move,
that's gonna fill up the bar very quickly.
you see I just used it. Look at that.
From a single move, I filled it more than almost halfway.
Another one, and
Yeah, it's a slow ass move, but
okay.
and it's full already.
Oh, I like this. My only regret is the fact that I can't get level 2 of this, but I really, really like this.
Oh, this is gonna be fun, chat. Ah, yes. Ah, yeah. Yes. I'm getting even more tanky.
You still get your ass hit?
I'm building up on
Tank. More tank. More tank.
Let me turn back on my
Autosave. And now we can
You know what? Let's run a test.
Let's run a test.
言ってらっ
This
しゃいま
giant
せ
Daniel Hummintor.
It'll serve as a good test.
Wouldn't you say, Jack?
She's for anti-women.
Save that loadout.
And I'll switch it to, I believe,
The crabs are anti-aquatic, aren't they? Let me double check. The crabs are anti-aquatic, yes.
we'll bring up anti-aquatic.
And
I just remembered something. I need to upgrade the armor. Let's get the defense up.
行くよ。ありがとね。
oh, the defense is so much higher as well, so I'm even more tanky. Oh, this is amazing.
You have no idea, chat.
You have no idea how happy this makes me.
I was a little bit worried about my lack of defense boost.
And now I have it. Oh yeah. Ah, you say hi to the champ.
I already took a sip of water. I have not gotten a single
Fucking
fish proc in the last 4 hunts.
god fucking damn it.
Oh well.
Thank you. You overpower. What? What's wrong with being a massive fucking tank?
行くぜ
Nothing, that's like
乗ってきたぜ
my tank. Yes. My tank.
Oh, the tank.
Oh, here's my defense kit. 887.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, wait, I can buff myself more.
I can buff myself more.
力を引き出せさらに強く
Oh my god, 900 defense.
Yeah, there are builds that would have much higher defense chat, but you know what?
You know what? I'm happy with what I have.
Let's go.
よっしゃ行くぜぶちかますぜ
Have a chance to come back and
More power.
Alachian is bullshit.
Archeon doesn't count for
Difficulty. Because it's
garbage.
that was a new move. You coming?
Fuck you.
俺の音も最高
Fuck you. You okay?
Oh,
He used up the... Fuck!
oh,
Well, fuck you then! Give me that.
and now
Let's go.
俺の総流
And bonk!
やるぜ
yeah.
Bonk. Bonk.
And
Bonk!
どんなもんだ打ちかまって
what?
Paralysis, really?
Oh, I'll take it.
Come on. Fuck you.
And it's charge again.
Oh my god, this is gonna make me so fucking tanky.
Oh. At least capturable.
Ah, let's kill him.
俺
What?
の音も最高
Aw.
He went to my shield.
St-
打ちかまって
Ah.
よいしょ
You gonna come back?
Oh yeah.
Good job, cat.
Oh, and he's already dead.
どうだ
Yeah.
Oh,
It's so tanky. Oh, this is bad.
actually no, it's not perfect. I could be even stronger. If I can get a good skill on my chest armor, then I'll be even more tanky.
But we'll try to make some rolls.
Next time. I'm not gonna roll right now. I'm gonna build some
Uh,
reserves of all those essences first.
that's a fuck out of you.
World Lechian is the worst monster I've ever fought.
It's very
余
unfun.
裕だな
Difficult in an unfun way.
I hope he never returns. In that form, at least.
If he has to return, I hope he returns in a different form because fuck.
Well, I'll let you.
Ah. So this is a money generating quest.
Really?
That's completely worthless because I have 1.8 million gold.
I literally have no reason to ever do that quest.
特売日だよさすがちょっと緊張
Oh.
Actually, wait, no, save that.
Use that first. Oops. And use that.
今後ともごひいきに
I need smaller denominations.
Need to expel the monster, right?
Well, I did beat World Lechian eventually.
Solo as well. I just don't enjoy fighting him.
I don't enjoy his.
頼りにしてるぜ
I enjoy his moveset. I don't enjoy the bullshit DPS checks.
That were created for him. Alright, chat. Let us go back to hunting.
Anomalies. It's been a while since we did anomalies, hasn't it?
So let's hunt some anomalies, shall we?
We have a Seregios. We have a Astalos. Astalos is actually one of my favorites.
But we'll do a Seregios.
I think.
Yeah.
Let's do a Seregios. Although,
Hang on a second.
キュリアの猛威未だ収まらずですね。けれど、あなた様の存在がとても心強く、チッチェはちっとも怖くなんかありません。
let me, rather than just doing random hunts, let me look up how to get the
Parts I need.
元気してる？
Let's see. Da, da.
やるとしますか。
I need afflicted shard.
Let's see what I need to do to get
みんなを助けるため、これが私にできること。 全身全霊で強化させてもらうよ。
Anomaly materials.
Really?
Why is my search not working?
Um,
Hang on, let me just straight up ask them.
plus
Shard and hard fang.
I'm asking the Mantalousness
Where to get these materials so that I don't just
blindly wander around.
hoping to come across them. Ooh, yeah, the data graphic does exist.
Alright, let me save this. Alright. Right, so now I'm going to post the chart
into my Discord.
so that everyone can find it.
Afflicted mats as of TU2.
There we go.
I'm going to
In this message.
in my Discord, and I'm going to unpin the old afflicted materials.
List.
because we don't need it anymore. We have the updated version that has
of what we need. And pin.
Yes, remove the pin. Thank you.
And
Alright.
there we go. Alright, just so you guys
Know what I'm looking at? This is...
the graphic.
You can find it on Twitter, you can find it on my Discord, there are multiple places to find these, but what we're looking for is Afflicted Dire Claw, Afflicted Shard, and Afflicted Hard Fang. Afflicted Dire Claw Plus comes from Rajang and Lava Spider. Afflicted Shard comes from 100 plus Rathian, Angie, these guys.
And
Afflicted Hard Fang comes from level 100 plus these guys, so it might be a while before I can get high enough level to get these. But we can work on... Actually no, we can't even get Diaclaw plus until we're 111 plus, so we're still a ways off. Damn.
and these are
This is tier 3, this is tier 4, so I need to dip back down into...
tier 4 and tier 3,
from level 100 above.
and then
Go back up to tier 6.
okay.
Lots of grinding I have to do, but I'll do most of our stream. We'll just do a couple of anomaly hunts first.
Just to get us started.
And I'll do some of this grinding.
Question. Yeesh.
Let me go to the washroom check.
What?
Did I say that the previous washroom break was the last one?
Sorry, I need one more washroom break.
I'll BRB chat.
Mwah. Love you all.
You're going to go to bed, Errol?
Alright. Good night.
Actually, at least I assume you're going to bed because
This is when you normally go to bed, so yeah. Good night. Mwah. Love you.
hope you sleep well. We'll just do maybe 2 or 3 afflicted hunts.
And call it a day. Yeah, BRD. I'm back, Jack.
Unfortunately, the most annoying thing about this...
Whole afflicted thing is that
You look at this chart.
right?
Different level requirements. Not just only level requirements. The monsters are organized into tiers.
part that makes this so hard to
cover all bases at once is that say I hunt a 5-star monster, okay? I call this tier 5. Say I hunt a 5-star monster. I'm guaranteed to get a copy of that 5-star monster again.
the exact same quest.
And there is a random chance of me
Getting
multiple other quests.
and of those other quests I get,
I could possibly get monsters within the same tier,
or
monsters 1 tier up or 1 tier down.
so
It is very hard to simultaneously level up and prepare.
quest for all monsters unless you
You work with multiple people. Thankfully,
once I get to level 100,
I can just spread myself out, go get a quest. Like if I hunt 5-star, I keep hunting 5-star until I get a 6-star quest, and I'm like, okay, I'll stay here for a little bit, and then once I get a lower tier, I'll start going tier down, tier down, tier down,
and then I can,
and then I'll move around.
like so.
The only problem is that
1 is random, 2 I have to slowly unlock the tiers one by one.
that's the part that's annoying. That the tiers are unlocked one by one.
And that is random. It is not as hard to do as
Getting the grinding lands to have all the regions leveled up,
not nearly as hard as that.
but it's still a bit of a grind.
And the most annoying part of it all is the fact that it's not explained in the game
This is something that we just have to figure out.
together.
ポストに挑まれますか？
So, we need to level up. Let's do Sevigios.
We need to get to
運を
level
お祈りしてい
100
ます。
investigations as fast as possible.
So, let's go.
I still got
One water left in his bottle.
I'm just behind you to jump. Actually, I'm still thirsty. I'll drink this bottle as well. Meow. Meow. Meow.
さて
Meow.
Alright, this is a normal hunt, which means
I need my taxi. Let's go, Fee.
行くぜ頼むぜ相棒
it's been a while since I did.
Anomaly hunts.
I hope I remember how to fight these guys.
I should be fine. Probably.
はい取った
A little bit of horny rampage TZ's never hurt anyone, right? I mean, there's the whole getting your life force sucked out of you and being driven mad Yoshi by horny demon leeches, but I shall be fine.
Oh,
Yoshi,
頼むぜ相棒。うなれピッケル。
after all, like I always say, chat, the heroes in all those wholesome stories I love to read always win.
はい取った。
In the end. Sure, they get knocked down, pinned to the ground,
おりゃ。
violated for hours, sometimes multiple times. But the important thing is to always keep coming back, chat. You have to prove to them that your heart will never break, no matter what they do to you. That's the most important part, chat. Moving to whoever's doing all those things to you that you will never give in.
はい取った。
That's why you keep fighting.
到着。
right.
That's all done.
Let us switch out to battle mode.
Here we go. Thank you, Bear.
He's leaving. Damn.
I was hoping I could use him.
Oh, that's fine.
Up.
着々と進行中だ。力を引き出せ。この粉塵で強くなれ。
And up.
Is he leaving? No, he's fighting the...
Insects. Which means
We have an opening.
標的発見。
hi.
せーの。
Ah, damn.
I've forgotten how much he
Backs up. Oh, hi, Travelers!
fancy meeting you here.
さすが俺のお供。
Alright.
Let's go, Raph.
Sadly, it means that my cat's
俺の総力
Buff will
見
be.
せてやるぜ。
partially wasted, but
I'll take the ride.
anyways.
Breathe at it.
Oh god damn it, really? Ah,
Knock him down. Good boy. Fight him.
one more.
And finish him.
ったぜ。ぶちかま
Fuck you.
This is a really small Seregios.
愛してるぜ俺の友よ。
That might have been a mistake.
俺のお供最高。さすが俺のお供。
One.
Oh.
Only one.
Oh.
Fuck you.
Was he aiming for me like you?
Just fucking missed that. Fuck you.
Ah, damn.
Okay, we both kind of messed that up, so
How about we call it a draw?
damn. Fuck you.
I missed a chance to redirect that.
Oh,
Damn.
charge. Fuck you.
Paralysis.
Oh, I'll take it.
愛してるぜ俺の友よ。
You recover from that really quickly though.
Oh, I'm loving.
進行中だ。
That new skill already.
Oh my god, that skill makes me so tanky. I love it so much.
遠ぐぜ。
You know, I think I can go and get some help from.
That one's over there.
So let us do that. Ah shit, really? He's going.
Elsewhere? Okay, fine. We'll chase after him. Recon. Recon, buddy.
Thanks for the help.
Hey. Be a good boy and run around you, please.
Let's go. Thank you, Bear.
そういう始めるぜ。
There's a red wire bug there.
I should have taken that. I completely forgot I was there.
It's wasted. Oh.
Fuck him up. Fuck you. First. Charge. One more. Fuck you.
still down, huh?
Alright, I'll take it.
Ah. What? How did I get killed from that?
Fuck you. Charge.
Try the new monsters yet?
I did.
In fact, I'm wearing
I'm wearing the armor from...
one of the new monsters.
Oh,
Specifically an armor piece from one of the new monsters
that's the blue bar underneath my health.
that you're able to see.
That's fine, the new skill site.
Just feel. RNG was nice to me.
Oh,
Back up.
charge. Fuck you.
And mountable. Nothing for me to do.
Except ride him around.
Right. In that case,
I'll stick around here.
bonk.
Fuck.
Give me that.
Fuck you.
Oh wow, Intrepid Heart activates on Mars? That's good to know.
Although, thinking about it, maybe I don't want it to activate on Mars.
But
I'll worry about that later.
fuck you.
Fuck you.
Aw.
Sorry, cat. Bad timing.
Oh, Flaming Espinas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have level 1 of Intrepid Heart.
It's so good.
The new well, I'm wearing the Espinas gloves
And wearing the Espinas gloves
in addition to everything else.
that I'm able to do
Makes me
so fucking tanky. Oh my god, I love it.
I was already strong from what you know. Yeah, I kind of wish I could get level 2
Just because, you know,
reverse explosion, but unfortunately I cannot afford to get rid of the boots that I'm currently wearing.
so level 1.
Is what I'm sticking with.
Hi! Fuck you.
Could you please? Oh, he kind of.
Loop back into it. Fuck you.
Trouble, but he's normally. Can I reach him? No.
Oh, it's fine. Fuck you.
I misjudged the direction.
Oh!
Oh wow.
This champion heart! Stop me from getting knocked down by that.
But it kills me anyways.
So, that's unfortunate.
Oh wow.
どうだ。もらうぜ。
Level 2 isn't too strong, I think.
Damage is about as much as a blast proc 300. It's still extra damage.
If you can get it from an Ogma, it's good, but not really something before.
Yeah. If I can get it for an augment, or if I can get it as a deco, then that'd be great, but there's no deco for it yet. But
大事に使う。
they are releasing decos for set bonuses now. The Camellios. The recent Camellios gives you access to Camellios Blessing as a tier 1 deco. I don't know if other set bonuses and uniques will continue to be tier 1, but we already have access to some of the uniques, like for example, we have access to the Gold Rathian unique skill,
ちょろいもんだ
and
ぜ。
I believe that's tier 1, so maybe they'll all be tier 1. It'd be great if they were.
I'll have to see what happens in a moment. But for now,
I'm just trying to increase my investigation level.
my
Investigations right now are level 70. I need to get them to level 100 so that I can get the final, oh, the next.
anomaly slot unlock. The next title update will have other recent novels for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Since they released the
Reason Camellios, and the reason Camellios gives Camellios Blessing.
it's so obvious they're going to release the other Elder Dragons
And give them, give us access to the.
blessings as well.
You haven't unlocked Rising Camellios. We can play together. Yeah, sure. Actually, do you want to play right now? I'm only going to do like maybe 1 or 2 more hunts on stream
But yeah, if you want to play together.
right now. Sure. Right now, I've completed everything I wanted to do for stream, and I'm just settling into the new grind because
ですね。
Uh,
会議クエストに集まれますか？
this I need to get this up to
level
100. So yeah, you coming? Right. I will get into my
bit. Feel free to join me whenever.
and let me move things here. There we go. Let me give me a second, chat. Just make it so that game window
キュ
is
リアの
slightly
王
large.
位未だ収まらずですね。
Oh,
けれどあなた様の存在がとても心
Smaller.
強く、
perfect.
チッチェはちっとも怖くなんかありません。
Let me see here.
I should still have you from the last time.
Yep. I have.
You prepped from last time.
Let's see.
Yes. Hello? Hello?
Actually, hang on. I'm going to remake this.
Discord,
Reactive.
Cookie Tech.
I need to remake this.
I'm going to.
Move away from what I used to do and instead use Discord reactive images.
So, give me
PNG.
1 second.
Yep. The PNGs that individual.
There we go.
I'll still keep your old one there. Really? It's in use already, but oh shit!
It's already here.
I knew I had you prepared from last time.
There you are. Kagu has his adorable smile next to me.
Alright. Let me reposition myself so that.
Like so. There we go. Mm-hmm. And now it's like you're sitting in my lap.
Right, so the only thing you're missing is Ryzen Chameleos, is it?
どうぞ
Missing a lot of things. I'm only MR 98.
Have you done Flaming Espinas or Violet Mizu?
Oh yeah, I've done those.
Yeah, no sorry.
So currently the first thing. Okay, we'll do Ryzen Chameleos first. Actually, wait, hang on, you're not.
Yeah, hang on.
I forgot, I need to.
Wait, Oscar is the same as usual.
Is there anything else you need besides Ryzen Chameleos?
Not really. Just ranking up now.
Ranking up now, right.
I need to cook.
I'm running out of steaks and
Fish.
so
Give me a second, let me cook some steaks and fishes. Ryzen Chameleos is a lot more aggressive than standard Chameleos. He attacks faster. He doesn't spend nearly as much time posing.
as standard Chameleos. And also, he
barfs a lot.
like a lot more than standard Chameleos.
So bring your anti-poison,
Other medicine and
antidotes and whatever. You're going to be chugging it. Are you using any of the new armor sets or weapons?
Yeah. Actually, no. Never mind.
no.
Thinking about slotting in the Intrepid Heart for my melee build, but other than that, not really.
It makes me so much more tanky.
It's quite insane.
And it has a lot of good slot space as well. Regardless of whether you go boots or gloves.
I went with gloves.
Oh, do you know about the hidden mechanics? The hidden mechanic in the
Flaming Aspinas weapon.
Yes, both poison and fire.
yeah. They don't show it anywhere and yet it's there.
The poison.
Let me see, what weapon?
is Foxley using?
The paralysis weapon, alright.
Let's go.
Alright, this is a normal hunt, which means I need my taxi.
気合十分だ 疾走
Unfortunately, this is an anomaly quest, so
We can't get anomaly levels from this. Anti-Dobra.
well,
How coincidental, that's exactly what I needed.
Yoshi,
行くぜ
What was the last thing I changed in my...
shit, I can't remember if
I'm not anti-flying or not.
oh,
If I'm not an anti-flying, then I'm still not used to swapping the anti-species decals.
I find that I
Forget to swap them.
way too
It's a
often.
lot of work.
It's not
I thought
that...
you'd be using the wormstick one.
The anti-species one is better just because it affects everything.
Wormstick only affects wormstick.
So I'd rather just get the flat bonus to all damage.
So you didn't eat.
Hmm?
What was that?
I don't think you ate.
Can I not eat?
I thought I did.
Oh yeah, my not eat.
Oh, I'll eat now.
I need to swap my buddies anyway.
よし
Yeah, I'm on anti-aquatic.
Damn.
Ah, well, it's fine. I just lose some damage. And as usual, I didn't get all the bonuses.
Fine.
Stop whenever you're ready.
I'm coming.
この粉塵で強くなれ 力を引き出せ
I'm gonna summon a monster.
見つけたぜモンスターが見てるぞ
Ow. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, he bars
A lot.
俺がつ
Be
いてる
careful.
ぞよいしょ
We have Rajang incoming.
モンスターに要注意だ
Oh, he does it while invisible. Wait, that's really cool. Wait, what? He's not invisible for you. He's fully invisible for me. Wait.
What?
That's strange.
That's not supposed to happen.
Oh well.
Uh,
Weird desync bug, I guess.
Hold on.
狩猟本能全開だぜ
I got the right one.
よっ総流名人俺の
Oh,
総
he
流
was invisible.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. He decloaks before he breathes.
Like he spat poison while he was invisible. I don't know if that was a thing.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
Oh no.
You might be fighting a
Harder version of him because of lag.
and desync. Oh, hopefully it doesn't happen too often.
思い知ったか
Like it's fine now.
もらった
Oh.
Where the fuck do you go? Oh, leaving, really?
追いかけますか覚悟しやがれ
So far so good, but he hasn't transformed yet or anything.
I'm going to go and get Raslos.
To help us.
I'll see you in a minute.
There we go.
What? Oh damn it, Raslos has been Raslos has his mount stayed on cooldown. Fuck.
That's weird.
達成も近そうだ
Also, I died to poison. Awkward.
Sorry, coming back.
I really wish there was some kind of obvious visual indicator that the monster's mount state is on cooldown.
Hey.
仕掛けてくるぜさすが俺のお供俺のお供最高でかいのが来るぜ
Oh shit. Ah, that's gonna be a fucking... Oh my god.
てめえは俺が狩る
Okay.
狩猟本能
You.
全開だぜ
Nice. We knocked him out of his... whatever the
Charge status. You.
これからだ
Okay.
That's a good. No.
Oh, my.
Intrepid Heart tank that.
Hehe.
Oh god.
That was silly on me.
もう大丈夫だ。回復しといたぜ。
Nice.
もらった。さあ、行くぜ。
Oh.
Perfect. Fuck you.
Slam. Eh,
Oh. Cancel. Fuck you. Wow, already. Fuck you.
paralyzed.
Fuck him up. Ah, good job.
I just realized something.
The ending was clean.
もらうぜ。
Hmm?
I'm missing a skill.
A very important skill.
I need to change my build. Fuck. Do I want to sacrifice recovery up? I might not have a choice. Damn it.
Yeah, I miscalculated. Fuck.
Unless I have a...
余裕だな。
A charm that could serve my purposes better.
But oh well, that's...
Camellios.
Oh well, I got a gem and a rise gem. The rise gem is guaranteed reward.
From the quest. That's the unique drop from Horizon.
Sorry, I'm back. So what do you even get from Camelios?
Well, one.
You get Decal for Camellia's Blessing. You get... Foray. And... Can't remember what else. I remember...
The armor wasn't that great to me, so
I don't think you get much from it.
you don't
As far as I know, you don't get a weapon.
from it. You just get armor.
I don't think you get armor.
Ryzen means... Ryzen... Camellias, you do get armor, but
No.
I don't know if you get a weapon. I didn't get a weapon from it.
And I have a Camellios Geo.
Yeah, you
Maybe
get
no
build
weapon.
up boost. Build up boost is
Weird.
ハモンさんから教わった技術の数々をフル稼働。どんな武具でも任せといて。作っちゃう？鍛えちゃう？
It's for
people who want to run
status. Give me a second, I need to
mess with my build.
because
Yeah, I just realized that something very important is missing from my build and I need to
fix this. If I run
It's weird as fuck. Wirebug Whisperer and Horn Maestro.
the Horn Maestro is wasted, but
And then I run the second redirection here.
and then
What am I left with? I'm left with Wirebug Whisperer 2.
I don't want. I need to have Wirebug Whisper 3.
And then what can I lose?
I can lose one level of
Medicine for
One level part breaker.
And that'll bring me back up to 2 part breaker, 2 redirection, 3. Alright.
This'll do for now.
じゃあね。待っていたぞ。
Oops.
共に励もう。
よくぞ来た。
Considering how much
Amelia spits at you, I can understand why they nerfed monster tracking.
it'll be impossible to avoid his
Spit attacks.
if they hadn't nerfed it.
I still don't really feel the change. I wasn't really ever affected by
元気してる？
the tracking.
Eh,
I'm still rolling for my life. I don't think
増えてきた。
feel anything different.
この怪異連星を編み出して少しだけハモンさんに近づけた気がする。またど
give
う
me
ぞ。
a second. Should I?
You know what? I'm going to try to re-roll my augments on my chest piece. I think it could be better.
いや、来たね。災いをもって災いを制す。
Level 1 guard and spirit bird's call.
No, this combination is useless.
Spirit bird's call is no longer a worthwhile skill to roll.
On armor, to be honest.
Isn't it a deco slot now?
Yeah.
Tier 1 deco slot. You can get it so easily. You know, as much as I like
Item prolonger. I hate the fact that I'm rolling item prolongers
so often,
Well,
and give me a second.
I'll be right back.
Yes, I save scum. Because fuck random upgrades. It's fucking annoying as fuck. Alright, what do you want to hunt next? Anything particular you need?
Not really, actually. Maybe you can do your anomalies. Because I just want to level up.
So, sure.
You were saying just now before I cut you off?
Hmm?
Yes, you sounded like you wanted to say something, but
I cut you off.
No.
coming back in.
I'll just join off you.
Oh, actually.
Hmm?
Can play some Lucent.
You need Lucent?
Yeah.
Alright.
Some Lucent Naga.
We'll do Lucent then. I can't.
Just need a...
Hmm?
Yeah, I just need a bit more parts.
Was there a particular part you needed?
Everything for sneak attack.
Uh,
I haven't found that for that.
Do you need the tail cut?
よし燃えてきた
Probably.
いつでも待ってるよ
ごきげんよ
right,
It's
is...
fine if we don't get it. Going back.
Why don't you check before we head in there?
Oh,
Nah, I
See
don't
what you
think
need.
we need it.
You don't think you need it?
異常なしです
huh?
今日もまたお話聞かせてくださいね
I'll just get it as a drop. No problem.
Alright.
I need it.
Do you want us to...
Cap or kill?
Okay, I'll check. I think kill.
You need kill? Alright. We'll if first to make things easier, we can start with a sleep bomb.
You know how to do it?
No.
No? Okay,
When
we get into the quest.
follow my lead. Yeah, better you take that.
Right. We're here for the kill, so I don't need to bring traps.
Right.
I wonder if
この粉塵で強くなれ
Right, follow me.
I'll show you how to sleep bomb monsters in this arena. Okay.
This way.
標的発見
Now we go around this way.
Oh,
Nope. She's angry so. Okay, hang on. Let me.
try to.
Okay, sleep bombing.
She's asleep.
Now we.
On
爆
her
弾を置い
head.
たぜドカンとかまそうぜ調子に乗っちゃうぜ
Right.
And. Let's do.
Wakey, wakey.
せーの
oh my god, he flinches so far back.
Yep.
Oh, god damn it.
I'm not used to fighting him. Fuck you.
Oh,
She wasn't aiming for me, really?
さあ行くぜ用心しろよ
Oh, I can't. I can't iframe to that one,
まだ
Jesus.
やれるぜ
Oh yeah, that move is insane.
ぶちかますぜ
Okay.
Somehow none of those hit me.
oof.
Oh fuck.
Saすが俺のお供これからだ
Fuck you.
What?
Oh, your dog.
さあ行くぜ
Oh.
Nice.
ぶちかますぜ
Fuck up. Fuck you.
Oh. Oh no, I messed up.
愛してるぜ俺のお供最高
Oh,
一緒に倒すんだぞ
Fuck you!
出てくるぜ
oh.
回復しといたぜ
I thought he was gonna do his special move, but
I'm not entirely sure how to tell what state he needs to be in order to do the different special moves.
お供
oh nice.
依頼一つ達成だ
Ah, damn.
I got him.
Alright. We have a KO thing over there, so I'm going to bonk this way first,
Bonk that way.
and then
Bonk.
let's see if we can proc this KO.
決まったぜ
Kill.
しやがれよいしょ
I just got a level 1 break on his.
Tail, but I doubt I'll get a tail cut.
用心しろよ
I don't need the tail itself.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Head break.
I forgot he does that.
What? How did it not hit me?
Fuck you!
Switched him out of his.
Fuck you! Nice! Oh, I can't control this, sorry!
Oh,
Oh god damn it.
He fell out, like,
sorry.
No, it's fine. It happens.
狙われてるぜ
Can't control when the monster flinches.
愛してるぜ俺のお供よ
Ah, fucking.
この分身で強くなれさらに強く
Oh god damn it. I missed
time that,
That was stupid.
is he trying to hit me with that?
Ah. But keep forgetting that he has a follow-up.
用心しろよ俺の音も風で仕留める
I'm back.
愛してるぜ仲間よ
Oh shit! What? How did that not hit me?
Why are those hitboxes, man?
He just has really tight hitboxes.
It straight up flew over me. Oh,
Nice.
君に乗っちゃうぜ
Ah,
また一緒に行けるといいな
hi Panzer, good morning.
you sleep well? Kago and I are doing some last hunts for the day. I think we'll do one more hunt.
And then I'll call the stream.
Hope you're enjoying your holiday so far.
It's good. No diarrhea, I hope. But then again, you're from Cambodia, so you should be used to food around here.
Have you?
Kago, have you used layered weapons yet?
Really?
I've been wanting to use this gun lens for so long.
Still thinking of what gun I should use with my outfit.
Can't decide.
今日はお得なセールだよ
Something to customize this guy
やっ
with
たね
light bulb gun.
Whatever light bow gun you think looks cool.
That's the easiest way to
凝
go
って
about
る
it.
ねちょっと緊張
I need one more hunt.
One more hunt? You could do it.
I'll speed it up. Play.
Hmm?
I'll play light bulb gun.
What was that?
I'll play light bulb gun. Balance is fun and all, but
今後とも
those clear times are slow.
I'll save dealing with my farm for
Later.
we'll do the last hunt first.
元気してる
That'll fool me hungry.
Alright, go get some food. I highly recommend if there's something near where you are, get some nasi lemak. There's nothing like having some good nasi lemak and I am going for breakfast.
Spencer is in Malaysia? Oh.
He's visiting.
He's on holiday.
Oh.
Going to be meeting up
Nice.
with him next week along with Numi.
And then
maybe not. It won't be this week, but next week Panzer might come to my place to play D&D.
That's really cool.
I'm tempted to gamble, but
nah, I won't.
I'll save the gambling for our stream.
Really gonna have fire on D&D?
Well, more like Panzer is going to be playing from my place.
Since Panzer is in Malaysia now,
I figured bring him to play D&D at my place
with you guys.
as opposed to having him played from wherever he happens to be at.
That'd be fun, yeah.
Panzer's Jackal? Yeah, yeah.
My Jackal.
You're going bowling today?
Bowling? You came here to go bowling? Oh,
Hope you have fun regardless. This is America, right? Are you looking for any part in particular? Capture or kill?
I think capture is fine. It's just one of those generic parts.
Capture fine now.
fine. I'll bring capture.
And we can start with the sleep bomb again. I kind of messed up my sleep bomb just now.
I need to
tighten up the sleep bomb. Give me 1 second.
At least that's out roaming, so
Yeah, it starts out rolling, but
Unfortunately, he aggroed onto us too quickly and it messed up my order of operations.
so
I'll try to make sure I don't mess this one up. So we can get good damage on him before the hunt starts.
okay.
Right, if we're capping, I need to slow down. Alright.
I like the metallic sound.
Whose LBG is that?
It's the antique one. It's from
Oh,
I like the sound.
Yeah, those
Wait,
sound really
you jumped
cool.
on already?
Yep, I mean, it's fine though. There's no rush. I'm just trying to do the sleep bomb properly.
Now he's not roaming.
Alright.
It's on you though.
Oh, God damn it. He roared before I could get it off.
alright.
Sleep bomb happening. Right, this is the proper sleep bomb.
He's not targeting me.
Oh, now he decides to move.
After I commit to a long attack animation. Hi.
I'm telling you, man, he doesn't like Bogan users.
He's targeting you a lot.
Nice tiger.
What?
Ah, got it.
I shouldn't have gone for the extra step.
You.
Paralyzed. Fuck him up.
Fuck you.
Nah, man.
Right over here, please. Thank you. Fuck you. Right in the fucking ass. Oh.
Good job.
Step.
Charge. You.
Ah, god damn it.
That wasn't fast enough.
Wasted my intrepid. Oh, what? Really mounted now? Oh, there's a firebugs over there.
Feel free to throw him.
Oh,
Anything that was gonna hit me.
oh, special. Step. Ah, damn.
I missed.
I keep forgetting he does the follow-up. So I come in my counter and I get hit.
Aw, not fast enough.
Damn.
Oh,
Again? No? Oh. Oh my god, I counted in. I counted into the artillery.
Oh, hi. Ah, he's moving away from me.
Fuck you.
モンスターが見てるぞ
Oh, come on! I activated guard in time for that.
He really doesn't like you.
Oh,
One
There we
clawback.
go.
gonna try see if I can work on this other claw.
That helps.
Just randomly trip. Okay.
St-
Oh, it's from the lottery.
俺の音も最高
Was it from the line?
Yeah, okay.
つかまって
I don't know if I hit them with that, but oh,
Oh my god. Cat take jug. Fuck you.
ah, give me the other claw.
まだまだ
I hit him, but I don't think he has
Yeah, he's not.
underblighted.
Terrible.
用心しろよ
Oh,
I'm killed. Yeah.
楽しかったぜ完璧
Ah, sad we couldn't break the other claw.
It's
oh.
fine. I'm not aiming for the claw at all, so.
ちょろいもんだぜ
It's on there for bullets, are like way too low. The hit zones at the claw is way too low.
That's true, but
I can do direct damage to the claw.
oh.
Well, no matter what, this was the last time for me because I need to start winding down and
You know, to make sure that I wake up for
D&D.
おや
Although I'll stay in the game for a bit after I end stream.
to
Take
Take care.
Do some rolling.
Well, mainly to take care of my farm. I might do some rolling as well.
but and this saves come. If I'm gonna do that. I don't care what anyone says.
I'll fucking save scum. Because it's fucking random.
Fuck random. Fuck random upgrades.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that in World. It's fine.
World just gave us random decals.
It wasn't the worst.
This is worse.
This is
You don't need it.
6 slots of random.
Oh,
No,
wait.
I did it! I need more skills! I did. I'm missing 1 level of.
recovery up and 1 level of part breaker.
I need to get it! I did it! I don't know how, but
Just win
I
it.
need to fucking get it. And I know which one. This armor, this chest piece. This chest piece needs to fucking give me something else besides flinch free and just a level 1 slot. I need to give it more. Give me more. God damn it.
No, but it's in orange. To get the materials.
Give me recovery up. It's self-literary. That'll be perfect.
You get it sooner or later, no problem.
It's... This ING refusing to cooperate.
The desire sensor.
The thing is, I'm willing to take a whole bunch of different skills. I just need it to be something I use. Bloody hell. That's not item prolonger because the game keeps giving me item prolonger. All of my shit already has item prolonger. I don't need more item prolonger. God damn it.
Oh my god, this guy's built.
Hmm?
I need to do arena. No.
Oh no, arena. Wow, good luck. I have yet to touch arena. I don't know if I'll ever do it. Maybe one day I'll come and help you try to do arena. Eh? It's a lot easier if it's 2 people.
Just use a different slot. In my opinion.
Alright. I'm gonna go to my NSP stuff. Thank you for being here, whether you're looking or chatting. Love y'all. Hope you guys enjoyed today's slightly unplanned Monster Hunter stream. I intended to stream Monster Hunter, but I think I originally intended to stream Monster Hunter today, but I fucked up. Oh yeah, that's my fault. You guys don't have to worry about it.
That's fine.
As usual.
It's all fine, okay.
Thank you to Kago for coming to hunt with me. Towards the end, it would have been helpful if you had joined me for the fucking Espinas hunts. That would have been so much.
That guy is really painful.
That would, if you were here for the Espinas hunt, that would have made it so much more bearable. But it's fine. I already got what I need from Espinas. Oh,
I failed both hunts. Yeah, I failed the Flaming Espinas hunt.
You failed the Espinas hunt?
I didn't know that. I thought like when he did his explosion thing, I thought it was just in front of him. I didn't know he just exploded. So I was trying to hide behind him. It's like,
oh no! Ah, you ate his giant nova.
This kaboom. It's like, oh.
Yeah, it took some getting used to, but eventually I figured out how to deal with him. The most annoying part of him was that I needed a tail, and the game refused to give me a fucking tail. I got in the end after raging. Yeah. Let's see. Remember to hit that like and subscribe buttons down there. Click the bell as well. Gotta feed the YouTube algorithm now. And as usual, thank you to my amazing extra mall supporters. Thank you to you behind me a little bit. Thank you to Lucky, Ras, Dotka, Oxy, Maka, Krub for always going above and beyond to support me. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank
Thank you so much. Love you guys. And also, next up, thank you so much to Lear, Maka, Sakito, and Lucky for being patrons. I am going to post stuff on Patreon. Mark my words. I will take some photos and post stuff on Patreon. Trust me. I will do it. Maybe after I bring stuff over to this avatar, and that means after D&D, then going to go for okay. I have a busy weekend and next week coming, but yeah, I'm gonna make sure I take pictures. And next stream is gonna be the Star Spooktober, so yeah, I'm gonna be playing horror games and probably starting with Phasmophobia. It's going to be terrifying. If you guys want to come and see me scream and cower and cry in the corner while I'm trying to hunt ghosts, make sure you tune in for next stream. Who is your guest friend? That's Kagu. It's Kagu-us.
Hello,
Yeah.
it's me.
Yeah, Kagu. The person whom I'm playing fucking Roblox with.
No,
Finally.
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't play Roblox, man.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. I was thinking I saw hi woof woof. That's silly me. Silly me. Yeah, yeah. Love you guys. I'll see you guys again soon, alright? Bye bye, y'all. Bye
Bye-bye.
And now I'm going to go and take care of my farm and gamble. I'll let you guys know if in my Discord if I roll anything good. Yeah. Stay scum forever.